The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Frozen Age Open Beta. R-Crossing, the eldest brother is dead. It is said that he was beaten to death by several workers at the construction site because of the delay in payment of the project. In an office building in Hong Kong, Cao Xing heard someone calling his name and glanced at the other person. It was a young man in a suit with a slicked back hair. Then, Cao Xing lowered his head again. He was playing a survival adventure game on his tablet computer called Ice Age. The style of painting was realistic, and it was considered a hardcore survival game. The player will appear next to a bonfire at the beginning. Because of the extremely low temperature in this world, it is only safe to move within the coverage of the bonfire. If you leave the range of the bonfire for a long time, the game character will be frozen to death. Players need to build shelters to unlock various basic buildings. These buildings can also be upgraded by collecting various materials. For example, bonfires can be upgraded to large bonfires, furnaces, and even energy towers in the later stages. In addition, players can also unlock different schools by developing troops or developing technology in the territory. According to the official, a team mode will be launched later. However, because the game is still in the internal testing stage, Cao Xing didn't see anyone playing this game with him, and he couldn't even find it online. At this moment, a prompt appeared on the tablet screen. This game will be open for public testing in 2 hours and will soon enter maintenance. More content is being released. Stay tuned. Is the public testing finally going to start? Cao Xing's heart moved, and at this time, the young man with the big back hair sat next to him naturally. Wu Jia, who put his arm around Cao Xing's shoulders. R-Crossing, you have followed the eldest brother for a period of time, and he is still your boss. He died. Don't you feel bad? Cao Xing put down the tablet, glanced at him and said, come on. He set up Yang Sheng Group to clean up his own mess, and then he cut off his relationship with us. After so many years, I was just his exclusive driver, and I don't have any feelings for him. Besides, he was originally a Blackheart, and it's normal for him to be beaten to death. That's true. Wu Jiahu nodded. At this time, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. It's a pity that big brother has been pursuing Liu Muxue for so many years, and finally got her, and was ready to get married, but this happened. Speaking of which, Liu Muxue is really a rare beauty. That figure and those long legs, wow, anyone who sees it will be confused. It's a pity that big brother is not lucky enough to enjoy it. Cao Xing did not take up this topic because his mobile phone vibrated. After seeing the message, Cao Xing sat up from the sofa and turned around to leave. Xing, where are you going? Cao Xing spread his hands. I'm a driver, where can I go? Of course, I'm going to pick someone up. Cao Xing came to the underground garage of Yang Sheng Group and skillfully found a dark brown Maybach among a bunch of luxury cars. After opening the car door, the interior was extremely luxurious. The value of this car, including the interior, is at least more than 7 million. Of course, this car is definitely not his. Cao Xing is alone and helpless. In a city like Hong Kong, it is difficult to just survive. Not to mention, you have the money to buy such a luxury car. Half an hour later, the Maybach stopped at the entrance of a 5-star hotel in the city. Cao Xing took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Sister-in-law, I'm downstairs. A message came back from the other side. Yeah. A few minutes later, a tall woman in a black dress walked out of the hotel gate. Her manners were dignified, and her tight dress outlined the perfect curves of her body. Her slender legs were like a pair of exquisite jades when she moved. This woman was Liu Muxue. Cao Xing did not get out of the car, and the woman naturally sat in the back seat of the Maybach. Xing, go to the funeral home. Cao Xing nodded, and the car started. Halfway through, Liu Muxue received a call. Her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she had encountered something troublesome. I said, it was you who asked me to marry Yang Sheng Group. Now Chen Jiang is dead, and I have nothing to do with him. Don't think of using me as a bargaining chip for benefits. She seemed very angry, but because she was well educated, she quickly calmed down her anger. Axing, I'm sorry. Liu Muxue said softly. Cao Xing shook his head. He knew Liu Muxue's character. She was not the kind of person who would scold the people below her because of her status. On the contrary, she has always been good to her subordinates, and the outside world has also had a good evaluation of her. Since Liu Muxue became popular quickly, the media has also made detailed reports on her family and personal experience. Her original family was not rich, but because of her outstanding appearance and figure, she quickly became popular after she became an adult. Naturally, she also attracted the attention of many people with ulterior motives. Chen Jiang, the chairman of Yang Sheng Group, who is Cao Xing's eldest brother, is one of them. Soon, the car arrived at the funeral home. Before getting off the car, Liu Muxue tried to make a sad expression. She knew that, no matter how much she hated the man in her heart, she still had to pretend. Cao Xing was still sitting in the car waiting. An hour later, Liu Muxue returned to the car. It can be seen that she seemed to have cried, and her makeup was a little smudged, with a faint smoky feeling. Her temperament was elegant, exuding a sense of decadence, with a different kind of beauty. Liu Muxue returned to the car, her face calmed down again, and then she said, Axing, take me back to the hotel. Okay. Cao Xing nodded. Just as he was about to start the car, his eyes suddenly went dark. Then, everyone heard a mechanical synthesized sound in their ears. The new version of Ice Age has been updated, and the public beta has officially begun. In 1 minute, all humans on Blue Star will be able to play the game. Game tips. This is a world without sunlight. It is vast and boundless, but is shrouded in severe cold all day long. Your task is to try to survive in this world. After the game starts, you will appear next to a bonfire. This is the fire of your survival. Remember, don't leave the range of the fire easily. Your goal is to collect more supplies, expand the territory, and develop more units. The new version is a family survival mode, with the family as the unit, and a maximum of 4 people in a group. If you don't have relatives, you will be randomly grouped with people around you. Then, I wish you all to work hard to live in this new world. When Cao Xing regained his vision, he suddenly found himself in a land of ice and snow. Everything in front of him was covered with ice and snow. Fuck, where is my Maybach? Before he finished speaking, a piercing chill came over him. Cao Xing felt that he was about to be frozen to death in an instant. Hiss. Cao Xing took a deep breath, and he subconsciously moved closer to the burning bonfire in front of him, and then he felt a little warmth. At this time, a character panel appeared in front of him. Name, Cao Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 1 and 0/100. Profession, none. Health 100. Strength 4. Agility 3. Spirit 5. Constitution 5. Lord interface, not open. Current status, cold. Current temperature, -31. Oh my. This system panel is exactly the same as the one I played on the tablet. Then, the second system prompt appeared. Please all survivors choose your own career system, as soon as possible. Currently divided into 5 major systems: Cold Iron Mechanic, Polar Warrior, Frost Mage, Aurora Knight, Snow Hunter. Cao Xing's eyes flashed with joy. You can choose a career. Obviously, these professions are the same as those he played before. Of course, Cao Xing knew that these 5 professions had no combat power in the early stage. For example, the skill of the Frost Iron Mechanic in the early stage is to summon a small self-destructing robot, which is not as powerful as the firecrackers we used to blow up the toilet when we were young. The Polar Warrior can only use a simple slash. The Frost Mage is better, with an initial ice hockey spell. As for the Aurora Knight and the Snow Hunter, they are purification and hunter perception respectively. To truly possess extraordinary power, you need to acquire more skills through continuous development. Cao Xing pondered. When I played this game before, I experienced all 5 professions. The strongest is naturally the mechanic, but this is a late stage profession and consumes too many materials. In the early stage, the polar warrior and the snow hunter are both very strong, but they are very weak in the late stage. At this time, Cao Xing's face showed a look of realization. So that's it. This game launched the so-called family survival mode, just to allow us survivors to reasonably allocate professions, safely survive the early, middle, and late stages, and then survive better. However, Cao Xing glanced at his side. In addition to himself, there was only one Liu Muxue here. Although he didn't know why he was assigned to the same group with her, now was not the time to think about it. At this moment, she was looking at the campfire with a blank face, as if trying to digest the information prompted by the system. Cao Xing understood in his heart, it seems that it is impossible to realize the 4-player cooperative mode. So, what profession should I choose? After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing directly chose Frost Mage. The system prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully selected the profession, Frost Mage. Element affinity has been unlocked, cold resistance has been slightly improved, and the initial equipment has been placed in the storage box. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to find the initial storage box, the second system prompt appeared solemnly. It is detected that the fate of the survivor Cao Xing is compatible with this world, and the personal talent, Eternal Power, has been activated. Eternal Power, hidden unique talent, make all friendly units in the territory, when they obtain a short-term amplification state, become permanently amplified. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, I'm awesome. There's a cheat. New author, new book, please collect it, please read it. Chapter 2, Bonfire Upgrade, Recruit Polar People. Obviously, if the talent, Eternal Power, is to work, it is natural to pull up more territory troops. It seems that I should develop towards the territory later. Cao Xing thought to himself. At this time, Cao Xing noticed a countdown above his head, due to the arrival of night. 4 hours and 32 minutes. Note, during the novice protection period, monsters will not attack the camp. The remaining novice protection period is 5 days and 17 hours, only 4 hours until dark. Cao Xing's scalp tightened instantly. He knew that in this extremely cold world, the temperature would drop sharply at night. Cao Xing looked at the campfire in front of him. Campfire, level 1, campfire effect, can increase the temperature of the area within a radius of 10 meters by 520 consumption. 15 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for upgrading. Stone *5. The temperature near the campfire has now reached -32, and the temperature will drop by more than 20 degrees at night. Obviously, the heat emitted by this level 1 campfire cannot allow him to survive the night safely. Cao Xing looked at a collapsed hut next to him. Damaged Lord's hut, repairable. Materials required for repair. 10 stones, 20 wood. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. This is it. As long as it is repaired, the territory interface can be opened, and you can go in at night, to avoid the severe cold. However, repairing the Lord's hut requires materials such as stones and wood. Cao Xing looked at the snow around him. There was a pile of white stones and some cut wood near the campfire. Stones, white, a basic material. Wood, white, a basic material. Cao Xing was about to pick up the wood, but he heard Liu Muxue beside him whispering, Xing, the prompt asked me to choose a profession. What should I choose? Obviously, this woman has digested the system information, and accepted the fact that she has come to a new world. Cao Xing nodded secretly. Her ability to adapt is still quite fast. Sister-in-law, you should choose Aurora Knight. Cao Xing asked her to choose this profession for selfish reasons. Because the Aurora Knight will have many powerful amplification skills in the later stages, but the effects are very short-lived. With his own eternal power talent, he can turn these amplification effects into a permanent state. It is conceivable that when Cao Xing controls a group of soldiers with permanent buffs, how terrifying their combat power will be. Although, Liu Muxue's temperament and appearance are not related to knights. In particular, she wore a pair of white silk today. When Cao Xing thought of the picture of Liu Muxue wearing armor in the back, and white silk in the lower body, he felt a little uncomfortable. No, it seems not bad. White silk knight. Hehe. Okay, then I will choose Aurora Night. Liu Muxue did not doubt Cao Xing's decision. In this strange world, she only knows Cao Xing. Cao Xing nodded, and then he saw a small wooden box next to the campfire. Territory storage box, level 1, storage box capacity 40 slots. Note, there are some supplies and tools needed in the early stage. Please open it as soon as possible. Cao Xing walked forward and opened it, and many supplies suddenly appeared inside. Opened successfully. Obtained bread asterisk 20. Obtained iron pot, white, asterisk 1, obtained stone axe, white, asterisk 4, obtained stone hammer, white, asterisk 4, obtained wooden staff, white, asterisk 1, obtained wooden round shield, white, asterisk 1, right square bracket. The supplies inside were all for 4 people, and the system did not deduct supplies, because they were only a team of 2. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. With the stone hammer, they can start to build the Lord's hut, which is the key to whether they can spend the first night safely. Then he began to seize the time to collect nearby stones and wood, and move them over piece by piece. System prompts kept appearing. Stone +1, stone +1, wood +2. These stones are still quite heavy. After moving for a while, Cao Xing was sweating profusely. As a modern person, the physical fitness is still a little bit lacking after all. However, after nearly 20 minutes of his efforts, the materials for repairing the Lord's hut were all gathered. Cao Xing came to the hut. Do you want to start repairing the damaged Lord's hut? This repair will take 17 minutes. Yes. Then, Cao Xing began to swing the stone hammer by himself, and knocked it according to the prototype given by the system. There was no other way. Only after repairing the Lord's hut could other buildings in the territory be opened. Before recruiting polar people, Cao Xing could only do it by himself. Looking at his busy figure, Liu Muxue squatted on the ground beside her. The severe cold made her hug her arms tightly. At this moment, her perfect body curves were clearly visible. She stared with curious eyes and asked, Xing, is there anything I can help you with? Cao Xing looked at the fire on the ground, then looked at the stones and wood scattered on the snow, nodded and said, go collect the nearby stones and wood first, and then upgrade the campfire as soon as possible. After hearing this, Liu Muxue did not hesitate at all. She stood up and began to walk outside the fire. After a while, she was seen moving a stone over with a little clumsiness. It can be seen that the weight of the stone is a bit difficult for her. Liu Muxue held it in her arms red from the cold, but she still gritted her teeth and held on, continuing to move the stone. Stone +1. The high heels on her feet were inconvenient, so Liu Muxue took them off and walked barefoot on the snow, her face pale from the cold. Cao Xing, who was building the Lord's hut, did not stop her. In this world, in order to survive, everyone has to contribute. Well, when Liu Muxue put the stone down, her perky buttocks were facing Cao Xing, showing her round curves, which made people's blood boil. Cao Xing quickly turned his eyes away and concentrated on his work. He was repairing the Lord's hut. Liu Muxue was carrying stones to upgrade the bonfire, and the two divided the work. After a while, Cao Xing heard a system prompt. The bonfire in your camp has been upgraded to level 2. Camp bonfire, level 2 bonfire effect, increases the temperature of an area of 20 meters by 1020 consumption. 13 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for the next level, stone *10. The coverage of the upgraded bonfire is obviously much larger. Even Cao Xing, who was working, felt a little warmth, and his work efficiency was faster. A few minutes later, the system prompt appeared. The Lord's hut was built successfully, and the territory interface has been unlocked. Congratulations. You can now build more infrastructure. Cao Xing's face lit up, and he could finally build other buildings. The next step is to build the polar hut, and then summon a few more polar people to officially start his own Lord's Road. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. Because you are the first survivor in the entire server, to build a Lord's hut, you will receive a reward. Ice healing, skill book, ice healing, white, consume a certain amount of mental power, cast ice healing on the target, and restore mental power *0.8 health points per second. The effect lasts for 3 seconds. Snap. A yellowed skill book appeared on the snow in front of Cao Xing. Wow. It's actually a skill book. And it's for his own use. Although there are few battles during the novice protection period, this skill book undoubtedly gives Cao Xing a lot of confidence. Do you want to learn ice therapy? White. Yes. Cao Xing directly clicked on the learning. At this time, many function panels appeared in front of Cao Xing. They are territory, building, backpack, production, channel, personal, territory force. These interfaces cover almost all functions. Cao Xing first clicked on backpack, which only had 20 storage spaces. Of course, it was empty. Then, he clicked on building. After clicking it, a lot of level 1 buildings popped up. Such as, level 1 simple stove, level 1 simple cooking table, level 1 smelter, level 1 lumber yard, level 1 blacksmith shop, level 1 polar man hut, etc. Let's not look at other infrastructure for now. Cao Xing first clicked on the introduction of Polar Man Hut. Level 1 Polar Man Hut, you can summon polar men to work for you by consuming food. Area of land 12 square meters. Possible population 4 people. Materials required for construction 10 stones, 30 woods. Repair time 45 minutes. You can increase the population to participate in the repair. Speed up the repair time. Upper limit 2 people. Cao Xing thought to himself, it takes 45 minutes. It's a bit slow to build it alone. It's only 3 hours before dark, and I need to do something else. So he looked at Liu Muxue on the side. Sister-in-law, come and help me. Liu Muxue's physical strength was greatly consumed by carrying stones and wood at this time, and her dress was soaked with sweat. Through the dress, you can see the outline of her white lace underwear. Hearing Cao Xing calling her, Liu Muxue put down the work in her hands and walked over slowly. Xing, what do you need me to do? Cao Xing pointed to the open space in front and said, I want to build a polar man's hut here, but it takes too long to build. If you help me build it together, it will be much faster. Liu Muxue's eyes were a little blank. She didn't seem to understand, but she nodded. Then, the two began to work together to build the polar man's hut. Dang. Dang. Rhythmic knocking sounds suddenly rang out in the empty snow. Half an hour later, the system prompt appeared. Successfully built. Polar man's hut. Territory population +4. Now, you can recruit polar people to work for you by consuming food. Note, as a lord, you need to provide food for your subordinates every day. If you keep them hungry for a long time, they will abandon you. A hut less than 2 meters high, similar to a camp tent, suddenly appeared on the snow in front of the two. At this time, a system prompt appeared in Cao Xing's ears again. Because you are the first survivor in the entire server to build a polar man's hut, you will receive a reward, bread *50 point. Seeing this system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Wow. A full 50 food. This reward is really good. Cao Xing couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had played this game before, so he could build these buildings in the shortest time and be ahead of everyone else. Cao Xing thought to himself, it takes 5 food to recruit a polar man. If there is no system reward, I can only recruit 2 at most. But now, I can directly recruit 4 polar men. Thinking of this, Cao Xing directly clicked on the recruitment. Do you want to consume food *20 and recruit 4 polar men? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the camp tent in front of him began to tremble. Then, the door was pushed open. 4 dwarfs less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing thick snow cotton coats, and with rough shapes came out from inside. These are the polar men. After they came out, they looked at Cao Xing and the others and saluted respectfully. Dear Lord, the polar men serve you. Liu Muxue on the side was watching this scene of a living person and was completely stunned. She opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed, Xing, it's out. Chapter 3 World Chat Channel. Liu Muxue was shocked by the sight of 4 polar men appearing out of thin air in the snow, but Cao Xing was not surprised. Anyone who had been a lord knew that this was perfectly normal. At this moment, the 4 polar men were staring at Cao Xing expectantly with their eyes wide open. Cao Xing began to check their attributes. Polar man, a fantasy, name changeable, level 1 and 0/100ths, experience points can be gained through battle and other means, detailed attributes, click to expand. Polar man, Zach, name changeable, level 1 and 0/100ths, detailed attributes, click to expand. Polar man, Mamado, name changeable, level 1 and 0/100ths. The attributes of these 4 polar men are similar, but one of them, Zach, has a slightly better physique. Because these names are all Western in style, Cao Xing didn't want to bother remembering their names. So, Cao Xing pointed at the polar man named Zach and said, "From now on, you will be called Da Zhuang, the captain of your team. The others will be called Er Zhuang, San Zhuang, and Si Zhuang. Did you understand?" Liu Muxue on the side laughed out loud, as if she couldn't help laughing at Cao Xing's simple and rough naming style. However, the hairy faces of several polar men showed joy. "I understand. Thank you, Lord, for the naming. You have successfully named the polar man. Da Zhuang's loyalty to you will increase by 5 points. You have successfully named the polar man. Zhuang's loyalty to you will increase by 5 points. Cao Xing was stunned. This could increase loyalty? 75 points of loyalty is already very high. At least they will not disobey Cao Xing's orders. After recruiting the polar men, they should start working. Cao Xing clicked on the building interface and began to check the buildings that can be built. Level 1 simple stove can be placed indoors to raise the temperature by 1520 degrees Celsius consumption. 20 minutes/1 wood. Materials required for construction. 6 stones. Note, if you don't want to freeze to death at night, I suggest you build it immediately. Level 1 simple stove can be used for cooking, steaming, etc. Materials required for construction. 8 stones. 4 wood. Note, man, this is a guy for eating. I think you should know its importance, right? Level 1 lumber yard. Logs can be processed inside occupancy. 30 square meters. Materials required for construction. 30 stones. 50 wood. Note, to get rich, you must first cut down trees. I suggest you put the lumber yard on the agenda immediately. Level 1 sewing shop. Simple cold resistant clothing or armor can be made inside. Occupancy. 30 square meters construction materials. 40 stones. 60 woods. Note, Lord, you don't want your men to go into battle naked, do you? Level 1 ore processing plant. You can smelt and sort the ores collected in the wild. Processable ores, coal, iron. Upgrading the processing plant level can smelt higher level metals. Occupancy. 50 square meters construction materials. 80 stones, 150 woods. Note, to create more advanced equipment, a processing plant is essential. Level 1 blacksmith shop. You can forge weapons or tools in it. Occupancy. 30 square meters construction materials. 100 stones, 200 woods, 20 irons. Note, listen, buddy, a soldier without weapons is like a tiger without teeth. There are many types of level 1 buildings. In addition to the above, there are also infirmary, small shelter, fence, gate etc. But these buildings require a lot of stones and wood, as well as a more advanced material, refined iron. Obviously, Cao Xing doesn't have a single piece of iron. Moreover, the stones and wood near the campfire have been used up. In this icy and snowy place, is there any place to get resources? Cao Xing looked around and suddenly his eyes lit up. About 100 or 200 meters away, you can see a small forest covered with snow and several large stones. These should be the early resource points. So Cao Xing took out 4 stone axes and 4 iron picks from his backpack and handed them to the 4 polar people. Then he said, Da Zhuang, Zhuang, you form a team and go cut down the wood over there. San Zhuang, Si Zhuang, you take the tools and go collect more stones back. The 4 polar people straightened up and said respectfully, yes, Lord. After that, they each took their tools and walked towards the snow outside the campfire. Because of their talents, they spend more time outside the campfire than Cao Xing and others. The 4 polar people were sent out by Cao Xing to collect supplies. Liu Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes. Xing, what should we do now? Looking at her red skin from the cold and her gradually pale face. If this goes on, Liu Muxue will get a serious illness, even if she doesn't freeze to death. Getting sick in the snow is a very troublesome thing. Cao Xing said, sister-in-law, you should go to work indoors next and build the stove and cooktop indoors first. Yes. Liu Muxue responded lightly and did not continue to force it and walked into the room slowly. Cao Xing checked the remaining supplies. Food asterisk 50, wood asterisk 27, stone asterisk 17. The most lacking material at present should be stone, and wood is also indispensable. It is needed for heating at night. The current temperature can barely survive the first night, but it is still not safe. Then, let's upgrade the campfire again. The system prompt appears. Do you want to consume stone asterisk 10 to upgrade the campfire level? Cao Xing nodded yes, and then began to knock. 10 minutes later, Cao Xing saw that the bonfire in front of him was piled up to more than 1 meter high with stones, and gradually became the prototype of a furnace. The flames burned blazingly. The campfire was successfully upgraded, and the current level is level 3. Campfire, level 3, bonfire effect, can increase the temperature of the area within a radius of 40 meters by 1020 consumption. 10 minutes / 1 wood. Materials required for the next level, stones asterisk 20, wood asterisk 10. Very good. Although the temperature is still not increased, the heating range has doubled. But at the same time, the consumption is also greater, and 1 wood is consumed in 10 minutes. At this rate, the wood in the camp will not last long. Once the wood is used up, they will lose their source of heating and face the severe weather of at least -60 degrees. It won't be long before they are directly frozen to death. Cao Xing frowned. I hope those polar people can collect wood smoothly. After working outside for too long, Cao Xing felt that he was almost frozen. So he also went into the Lord's hut. The hut was a little dim because there was no lighting equipment. A graceful figure was building a stove in the corner. She bent over, her slender white silk legs were straight, and her eyes looked up to see her buttocks wrapped in a dress. This posture made it look as round as a bowling ball. Oh my, it's so big. Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Liu Muxue thought Cao Xing was here to supervise the work, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and whispered, Xing, the stove will be built soon. Cao Xing shook his head. Sister-in-law, let me help you. Well, Liu Muxue responded softly. With Cao Xing's participation, the construction progress of the stove was greatly accelerated. A few minutes later, the system prompt appeared. Level 1 stove built successfully. However, this time, Cao Xing did not hear the reward prompt. He suddenly realized. It seems that basic buildings like stove will not trigger rewards. Of course, it is also possible that other survivor teams have already built it in advance. This time, more than 7 billion people around the world have descended into the ice and snow world together, and there will naturally be many people with amazing adaptability. Clang. With the sound of wood being ignited, the stove gradually emitted orange-red flames, illuminating the entire Lord's hut. The current Lord's hut is empty, except for a stove. It can be said to be a bare house. Beside the stove, the two felt a wave of warmth. Cao Xing took a look at the indoor temperature. Current temperature -16. Although it is still very cold, it is much better than the low temperature of dozens of degrees below zero outside. Liu Muxue curled up and shivered all over. I didn't feel anything when I was working just now, but now I came to my senses and found that my body had already been frozen purple. Cao Xing frowned and thought to himself. It seems that the sewing shop should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. With the thin clothes on us, it is no different from being naked. If this goes on, not to mention Liu Muxue, I will also be frozen to death. A strong sense of crisis appeared in his heart again. Cao Xing began to study other functions of the Lord interface. Clicking on the production interface, a large number of basic tools suddenly appeared in it. such as stone axes, stone hammers, stone pickaxes, wooden bowls, wooden tables, wooden chairs, wooden beds, etc. Cao Xing checked them all and understood them. From here, you can make some simple work or furniture. Then, he began to check the chat channel function, and 4 options suddenly appeared on it. World channel, all servers, each person is limited to 1 speech per day. Regional channel, this is a 500 kilometers square area. All survivors in the area are in it, and there is no limit on the number of speeches. Team channel, only survivors who join your territory can speak here, and there is no limit on the number of speeches. Private chat channel, 1-to-1 unlimited chat. Cao Xing clicked on the world channel, and suddenly a lot of information appeared. Zhao Shengbing, oh my god. How did I suddenly come to this damn place? I'm freezing to death. Cheneria, help. It's so cold, so cold. Zhang Yang, didn't the system say that we were assigned according to family members? Who are these people? I don't know them at all. Bear Grylls, survival game? I like it. This is an unprecedented challenge for me. Yamaga meet at Suaya, let the male gun shine again. Mardanxi, shit. Don't let me know whose prank this is, I will crush his balls. Chapter 4, Kid, you are invincible. Cao Xing thought to himself, just as I expected, no one except me has played this game before, and everyone is in a state of confusion and ignorance. If they don't take action and adapt to this world, many people may die on the first night. Although it is now in the novice protection period, there will be no monsters attacking the camp. But the low temperature at night is no joke. Just then, Cao Xing heard a panicked knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Lord, something happened. Lord, save me. Hearing the cry for help, Cao Xing frowned and immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. He hurriedly threw the small wooden shield to Liu Muxue, then took out a wooden staff and got into combat mode. After pushing open the door of the Lord's hut, he saw 2 polar people huddled together with fear in their eyes. Cao Xing asked, what happened? Zhuang, who was standing by, quickly replied, Lord, there's a snake. There's a big snowy pair in that forest area. It bit Zhuang. Zhuang is almost dead. Cao Xing looked over. At this time, Zhuang's face was purple, and he was shaking all over. At the same time, purple numbers -2 kept appearing above Zhuang's head. This was a sign of excessive poisoning. Seeing this, Liu Muxue's eyes also showed worry. Cao Xing looked at Zhuang's attributes. Polar man, Zhuang, level 1 and 0/100, health points 52/140, current status, poisoned, level 1 snake venom. Cao Xing saw this poisoned state and felt relieved. Don't worry, it's just level 1 snake venom. Sister-in-law, you just need to release a purification spell. Liu Muxue seemed a little confused, but she reacted after a moment. Then, Liu Muxue raised her right hand, and a ball of colorful aurora condensed from her palm. May the holy aurora bless you. Liu Muxue's cold voice sounded. After the words fell, the ball of aurora fell into Zhuang's body. At the same time, Zhuang only felt a holy power pouring in, and the snake venom in his body melted like ice and snow. His complexion gradually improved. Zhuang said gratefully, thank you, great and loving lords. However, although Zhuang had eliminated the snake venom, his complexion was still very weak. His health was reduced to half, and he was already in an injured state. In the absence of a medical room, it was more troublesome to treat injuries. Cao Xing looked at his skill bar. In addition to an ice hockey, there was also an ice healing skill. Then, Cao Xing raised his staff, and waves of strange frost power gathered in his staff. He waved his hand, and the ball of frost power poured into Zhuang's body. The next moment, green numbers +3 kept popping up above Zhuang's head. Then, a system prompt appeared. Ice healing skill was successfully cast, and the talent, eternal power, has taken effect. This skill has become a permanent state. Hearing this prompt, Cao Xing was stunned. Fuck. Healing skill also works? He remembered the introduction of this talent. Eternal power. Make all friendly units in the territory permanently gain an amplification state when they gain a short-term amplification state. But healing skills are also classified as a type of amplification state, which Cao Xing had never expected. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Because in other words, Dazuang now has a buff that can restore infinite health. Looking at Dazuang's constantly recovering health, Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Kid, you are invincible. Of course, Cao Xing's current mental strength is not high, and he can only restore 3 health points. Even if Dazuang can restore infinite health, if the enemy he encounters is too strong, he can be killed with a slap, so he is not truly invincible. After a while, Dazuang's health value was restored to full value, and he became lively again. At this moment, Dazuang said excitedly, Lord, I feel a healing power in my body. It is constantly restoring my life. Cao Xing nodded. Thank you, Lord, your power is so great and vast. Dazuang's loyalty to you has increased. Current loyalty 80. Cao Xing began to think about a question. Ice healing can make the polar people recover infinitely, so can it be used on himself or Liu Muxue? Cao Xing thought for a moment and threw another ice healing at Liu Muxue. The same system prompt appeared. The ice healing was successfully cast, and the talent, eternal power, has taken effect. This skill has become a permanent state. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue widened their eyes, and then saw the shock in each other's pupils. Damn. This talent can actually work on human survivors as well. Cao Xing just wanted to say, it's awesome. In this way, his ability to survive will get a qualitative leap. He couldn't wait to throw a green light on himself. But when he was about to raise his staff, he felt dizzy and almost fainted. Cao Xing shook his head and soon figured out the reason. Because my mental power is insufficient. Is it the limit to release 2 ice healing spells? Mental power needs to be restored through rest or eating. However, the most urgent task now is to drive away or kill the poisonous snakes in the forest area. Otherwise, the source of wood in the territory will be cut off. At present, there are 2 people in the team with infinite blood recovery, which should be able to deal with ordinary wild monsters. Cao Xing said directly, let's go. Follow me to get rid of the poisonous snake. The 2 polar people raised stone axes and shouted, follow the footsteps of the Lord. Then, he took Dazuang, and Liu Muxue out of the Lord's hut. As for Sun Zuang and Si Zuang, they were working hard to carry stones to the territory. Stone plus 1, system prompts kept appearing. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After a while, they stepped out of the range covered by the campfire. In an instant, the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. The cold air suddenly struck, like an invisible blade, constantly cutting through everyone's body. Waves of tingling sensations came. Liu Muxue instantly shrank her body, shivering with cold. Even Cao Xing felt stiffness in his body. The weather of -50 degrees was too terrible. Without the physique of polar people and cold-resistant clothing, they would be frozen into popsicles in a few minutes. Fortunately, the forest area Cao Xing was going to was not far from the fire, only more than 100 meters away. The 4 of them walked on the snow, leaving footprints. After a while, they came to this small forest, where dozens of white birch trees were sparsely planted, and the branches were covered with ice and snow. Lord, the venomous snake is there. Following the direction pointed by Dazuang, Cao Xing saw a big snake about 2 meters long on the branch of a big tree, with its whole body coiled on the branch. Hiss, hiss. The venomous snake was snow white, and it spat out scarlet tongues at the 4 people, threatening them. The attributes of the venomous snake appeared in front of Cao Xing. Snow venomous snake, level 2, race, beast health. 160/160, attack power. 810, attributes, strength 4, agility 7, spirit 5, constitution 8, skills, assault, neurotoxin. Note, this is a venomous snake that has adapted to the polar environment and completed an unknown evolution. It's a level 2 beast creature. No wonder Dazuang and Dazuang can't beat it together. Even if Cao Xing is added, he may have to be careful to deal with it. But now, it's different from the past. Because there are 2 people with infinite blood recovery in his team. Of course, Liu Muxue doesn't have much combat power now. Cao Xing brought her here, just to let her adapt to the battle rhythm of this world. Liu Muxue is a smart woman. She understands what Cao crossing means and is also accepting everything in this world at the fastest speed. Dazuang, go. Cao crossing ordered directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Dazuang rushed forward with a stone axe in his hand. With a loyalty of 80 points, he could basically follow orders and would not disobey Cao crossing's orders. Hiss. The body of the snow vi pair instantly arched up and then suddenly shot out. Whoosh. Like a white shadow passing by, it instantly bit Dazuang's shoulder. The sharp fangs penetrated Dazuang's flesh through the thick snow lichen. -6. The next moment, purple numbers -2, -2 appeared above Dazuang's head again. Dazuang was poisoned again. However, after a while, green numbers +3 appeared. Dazuang's face showed joy. I have the blessing bestowed on me by the Lord. You evil guy, you can no longer hurt me. After saying that, Dazuang stretched out his big hand and grabbed the snow viper's neck. Then he chopped it with an axe. Chapter 5 First Kill Reward, Snake Tribe Priest Recruitment Scroll. Puff. This axe directly chopped a bloody mark on the smooth body of the snow viper, and the skin and flesh were torn apart in an instant. -8. A damage number floated up. The snow viper felt pain and bit harder. However, in the state of infinite blood recovery, Dazuang was like a chicken with blood. He grabbed the snow viper and chopped it wildly. Puff. Puff. -10. -9. -9. The sound of flesh hitting the body rang out one after another. After biting a few times, the snow viper seemed to have discovered something was wrong. Its health points were constantly decreasing, and soon it had fallen below 80. However, this opponent was obviously weaker than itself, but it was still full of energy. After fighting until now, the viper was confused. It also realized that there was something wrong with the enemy in front of it. Twisting its body, it turned around and wanted to slip away. Cao Crossing had been watching the movements of the snow viper from behind. When he saw the situation, he hurriedly said from behind, "Don't let it escape, Dazuang, you too. At your service, my lord." Dazuang obeyed the order and rushed up together, entangled with the snow viper. With the addition of Dazuang, the life value of the snow viper was lost faster. Puff. Puff. Two stone axes kept chopping at the body of the viper. After a while, its life value dropped below 30. At the same time, Cao Crossing also recovered a little mental strength after a short rest. So he raised his staff, and the frost power nearby condensed. After a while, a fist-sized ice ball formed at the top of Cao Crossing's staff. Go. Cao Crossing waved his staff. The ice ball was instantly thrown out. Then it landed on the body of the snow viper and exploded with a pop. -21. An exaggerated damage number emerged from the snow viper. The enemy's life value returned to 0 and fell down completely. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the snow viper LV2. You gain 30 experience points. Combatants. Dazuang gained 15 experience points. Dazuang gained 15 experience points. Congratulations. You are the first creature in this area to kill wild monsters, and you get the first kill reward. Snake Tribe Priest Recruitment Scroll * 1 point. Seeing the power of Ice Ball spell, Dazuang and Dazuang both showed shock in their eyes. Lord, your power is full of deterrence. Lord, you are so powerful. Cao Crossing glanced at them lightly. These polar people are surprised by what they have seen. The profession of frost mages like this, high damage also brings high consumption. This ice ball spell directly drained his mental power that he had finally recovered. At the same time, Cao Crossing came to the body of the snow viper, and a system prompt appeared in front of him. Snow viper corpse, decomposable. Cao Crossing directly clicked on decomposition. In an instant, the body of the snow viper disappeared. Then, a torn snake skin, a dozen pieces of bright red snake meat, and a purple poison sac appeared on the cold snow. Broken snakeskin, white, *1 right square bracket. Although it is torn, it can also be used to make simple leather clothes. Fresh snake meat, green, *17. Fresh snake meat, 1 piece of snake meat equals 5 food. Poison sac, green, *1 right square bracket. Snake poison sac, applied on weapons, seems to have unexpected effects. Seeing the things on the ground, Cao Crossing's eyes showed surprise. Oh my. So much snake meat, and a piece of snake skin. This is a big explosion. 17 pieces of snake meat, that is 85 food. And the most important thing is that now they have new food besides dry bread. And it is delicious snake meat. At this moment, Dazuang and Dazuang stared at the bright red snake meat on the ground, and bursts of saliva swallowing sound appeared. Meat. It's meat. Oh my god. We haven't seen meat for so many years. Dazuang, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Polar people are creatures that live in the underground world all year round, and they rarely eat fresh meat. Cao Crossing didn't know their lifestyle, but from some of the conversations of polar people before, he could hear that the environment they live in should be very difficult. Dazuang pulled Dazuang's goatee and exclaimed, Dazuang, you are not dreaming, this is real meat. Oh my god, if anyone can let me have a bite of delicious meat, I'm willing to give my life for him. Cao Crossing also knew that these polar people were talking to him. Okay, you all speed up the work, and everyone will drink snake soup tonight. After hearing this, Dazuang and Dazuang immediately climbed up from the ground and shouted, Long live the Lord. Let's go to work now. Then the two polar people raised their stone axes and enthusiastically cut down trees. Looking at their enthusiastic appearance, Cao Crossing put away all the materials on the ground. He looked at Liu Muxue and said, Sister-in-law, have you remembered? If you encounter an enemy in the wild, you must fight like this to kill the enemy. Liu Muxue held the shield in her arms and nodded firmly. Yes, I remember. Crossing. Cao Crossing nodded, and then took her back to the campfire. The moment they entered the range of the campfire, the cold was instantly dispelled. Hiss. The two of them shuddered. This time, they were active outside for about 7 minutes. According to Cao Crossing's estimate, their longest activity time is now 15 minutes. If they can make cold resistant clothes, their activity time can be extended a lot. Cao Crossing looked at the resources of his territory. Food asterisk 135, wood asterisk 36, stone asterisk 54. There are still not enough materials to build a sewing shop. It seems that I can't build one today. Then, are there any other ways to resist the severe cold? Cao Crossing looked at the polar people wearing thick snowsuits on the side. Obviously, the clothes that these polar people carry are very thick and have a good cold resistance effect. I guess at this time, most survivors want to use some coercive means to snatch the clothes of these polar people. But I advise you not to do this. Because once you kill the first polar person, the favorability of this race will directly drop by 50%. When you kill the second polar person, you will completely become hostile to this race. Not only will you not be able to recruit polar people to work for you in the future, but the polar people you meet on the road will also attack your camp. Cao Crossing thought to himself, forget it, let's just get through it today. I guess by tomorrow, we can gather enough wooden stones to build a sewing shop. Cao Crossing then remembered the first kill reward given by the system just now, which seemed to be a recruitment scroll. After taking it out of the backpack, the attributes of the scroll appeared in front of him. Snakeman Priest Recruitment Scroll can summon a level 5 Snakeman Priest to assist the Lord in battle. Occupies 2 population. Seeing this system introduction, Cao Crossing's face suddenly lit up. Wow, it's actually a scroll that can summon a level 5 creature. This reward is really good. However, Cao Crossing had never encountered the snake people when he played the game before, and he didn't know what they were like. Of course, it is also possible that Cao Crossing did not develop to the later stage and did not explore the full picture of the game at all. The vastness of this world is beyond Cao Crossing's imagination. Do you want to consume the scroll and summon the snake people priest? Yes. After the words fell, a hexagram array appeared out of thin air in front of Cao Crossing. The next moment, the hexagram array emitted a dazzling light. Liu Muxue was also curiously watching Cao Crossing's actions. At the same time, they suddenly felt that there seemed to be a strong and cold breath coming. Then, the cold wind blew. A creature with a winding body and a snow-white body appeared. The 5-meter-long snake was covered with scales, and its slender tail swayed casually in the snow. And on this snake body, there was a human female head. The narrow corners of the eyes and the 3-dimensional facial features are full of charm at first glance. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue, who were standing by, were both shocked to see this huge snake beauty. What a big snake. Liu Muxue opened her mouth slightly. It was also the first time that Cao Xing saw this kind of creature, which was beyond his imagination. So this is the snake people. It really lives up to its name. At this moment, this creature with a snake body and a human head was staring at Cao Xing with dark green pupils, then opened its dark purple lips and whispered, "Respected Lord, the priest of the snake people, Irina, is at your service." The attributes of this snake person appeared in front of Cao Xing. Chapter 6 Discovery of a Wild Coal Mine. Snakeman Priest, Irina, Race, Snakeman, Level 5 and 130 to over 4000 HP. 480, Attack Power. 5154, Weapon Bonus, Attributes, Strength 21, Agility 17, Spirit 18, Constitution 24, Skills, Scale Armor, can provide an additional 10 points of armor for yourself or friendly units. With a cooldown of 90 seconds, Snakeman Frenzy grants a frenzy effect to yourself or friendly units, with a movement speed of plus 20% and an attack speed of plus 20% within 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Talent, Ice Bloodline, can survive longer in extreme weather. Hunger. 67 Loyalty. 68. Oh my. Such powerful attributes, it's worthy of being a level 5 creature. Cao Xing was amazed. And the most important thing is that Cao Xing saw Irina's two skills, Snakeman Frenzy and Scale Armor. These two skills are actually amplification buff skills. With their SSS level talents, they are equivalent to permanently increasing their armor by 10 points. For the convenience of calculation, 1 point of armor offsets 1 point of attack power. For ordinary creatures like polar people, 1 point of strength is roughly equal to 2 points of physical attack power. Depending on the profession and racial talents, the attack power added by strength is also different. 1 point of strength adds between 1.5 attack power and 3 physical attacks. In other words, except for Dazuang, the attacks of the other polar people are even difficult to cause effective damage to Cao Xing. This shows how terrifying the improvement brought by this skill is in the early stage. And another skill, Snakeman Frenzy, which increases the movement speed and attack speed by 20%, is an even more terrifying percentage increase skill. At this moment, Cao Xing just felt that he really picked up a treasure. Restraining his excitement, Cao Xing said, "Irina, you can use the Snakeman Frenzy skill on us first." In this world, of course, he must seize every bit of power that can be used to improve himself. Irina spit out a scarlet letter and said, "I'm very pleased." My lord. Irina raised her spear, and a ball of red power gathered on her spear. Then she pointed her spear, and a ball of energy fell on Cao Xing. In an instant, Cao Xing felt a burst of hot energy in his body, which greatly increased his attack speed and movement speed. Successfully cast. Snakeman Frenzy, the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and this skill has become a permanent state. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing clenched his fists excitedly. It really works. At the same time, Irina raised her spear again, and a ball of white energy fell on her body. Cao Xing only felt that there was an invisible layer of scales on his body. Successfully cast. Scale Armor, the talent, Eternal Power, has taken effect, and this skill has become a permanent state. This layer of scales is very hard and smooth, and it only appears when attacked. In other words, Cao Xing is still the same as a normal person at ordinary times. Cao Xing said excitedly, "Great, great, this way, my defense power has increased a lot." After waiting for the skill cooling time to end, Cao Xing asked Irina to add 2 states to himself and Liu Muxue respectively. After the prompt sound of the talent activation, Irina also found that the power in her body would not disappear like before, but would remain permanently. She was a little confused, and then when Cao Xing cast a permanent ice healing spell on her, Irina understood the reason. "Lord, your power is really vast and unfathomable. It will remain in my body forever." Cao Xing's eyes were a little strange. Why do I feel that this sentence is weird? Shaking his head, Cao Xing began to think about other problems. This berserk skill can increase the speed by 20%. In other words, if it can be added to the 4 polar people, their work efficiency can be increased. So, Cao Xing asked, Irina, can you continue to release skills? Irina shook her head gently. Lord, these skills consume my mental power. I need some time to recover. Cao Xing nodded. Then, he looked at the 4 polar men who were working in the distance. At this time, Da Zhuang and Er Zhuang were trotting over, each carrying a bundle of processed wood. Sun Zhuang and Si Zhuang were holding a few stones. The scene of 4 dwarfs running in the snow with their legs spread out always felt a little funny. Then, they put the materials near the campfire, and they would disappear automatically, and system prompts would appear one after another. Wood +5, wood +5, stone +3, stone +3. Cao Xing calculated that the round trip time for the 4 of them was about 10 minutes. It was still an hour and a half before dark. In other words, before dark, Cao Xing could collect a maximum of 90 pieces of wood and 54 pieces of stone. I need more labor now, but I can only build 1 polar man hut. If you want to recruit more polar men, you can only upgrade the polar man hut. A level 2 polar man hut can recruit 4 more polar men, which can greatly increase work efficiency. But at the same time, these polar men will consume more food and occupy my population limit. Cao Xing looked at his population. Population 8/50. The maximum population limit of a level 1 territory is 50, and the population limit can be increased by upgrading the Lord's hut. At this time, Sun Zhuang stepped forward and ran to Cao Xing and said, Lord, I have something to report to you. Cao Xing looked at Sun Zhuang. What is it? Sun Zhuang replied, we're Si Zhuang, and I collected stones. We found a small coal mine about 300 or 400 meters to the right front. However, there seemed to be 2 snow wolves guarding there, so we didn't dare to get close. I'm worried that those snow wolves will threaten our camp, so I came to report to the Lord. Hearing the word coal mine, Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. You know, coal is a more advanced energy material than wood. It not only burns longer, but also emits more heat. If he can occupy the coal mine, he can save a lot of wood to build other facilities. Cao Xing asked quickly, what is the strength of those snow wolves? Do you know how many there are? Sun Zhuang nodded. We have observed for a while, and we have only seen 2 snow wolves so far. The strength of these snow wolves seems to be a little stronger than that venomous snake. After hearing this, Cao Xing's mouth was even more joyful. According to Sun Zhuang, the 2 snow wolves are a little stronger than the snow venomous snake, which is about a level 3 or 4 monster. Before summoning Irina, Cao Xing really had no confidence in dealing with them. But now, he can find a way to occupy the coal mine first. So, Cao Xing nodded and said, Sun Zhuang, you did a good job. I will give you and Si Zhuang a piece of snake meat as a reward tonight. Hearing that there would be snake meat to eat in the evening, Sun Zhuang's eyes almost had little stars. He nodded excitedly and said, thank you for your generosity, Lord. Sun Zhuang will do his best to contribute to you. After that, Sun Zhuang continued to move his short legs and began to collect stones. Liu Muxue also heard the conversation between the 2 and asked nervously, Xing, are we going to fight? Cao Xing nodded. Well, the coal mine is an important resource point. The sooner we take it down, the better. Liu Muxue's eyes showed some fear, but she still mustered up the courage and said, I will fight with you. Cao Xing did not refuse. Although the snow wolf is powerful, Liu Muxue has been blessed with 3 permanent buffs. Both the defense and recovery ability have been greatly improved. With the help of the level 5 Irina, it should not be a problem to deal with 2 snow wolves. However, before the battle, he can also use some props to increase his combat effectiveness. Cao Xing took out a purple poison sac from his backpack. Snow VIP poison sac, green, effect, apply to the weapon to add the level 1 poisoning status to the next 15 attacks. Number of uses remaining 10. Cao Xing smeared the poison effect on Irina's trident and Liu Muxue's ordinary stone axe. A layer of light purple light was attached to their weapons. After making these preparations, Cao Xing nodded and said, then, let's set off now. After that, he raised the white wooden stick and walked towards the snow. Irina walked in front with a trident spear in hand. The snake-like body twisted on the snow, leaving a clear mark. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue followed behind her. Shap, shap. The farther away from the campfire, the thicker the snow on the ground was, almost covering the ankles. The coldness came in waves. It took them about 4 minutes to arrive at the place Sun Zhuang said. There was indeed a dark mine there, and next to the mine, there was a pile of mined coal. Small coal mine, special resource point, number of remaining mineable resources, coal asterisk 1754, stone asterisk 754, soil asterisk 5360, current status, unoccupiable. Chapter 7 Big Explosion. Seeing the introduction of this coal mine, Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. So many resources. If this coal mine can be occupied, there will be no worries about resources in the short term. However, this coal mine is now in an unoccupiable state. This is because there are enemies in the mine. They saw 2 snow white figures moving in the mine. It seemed that they sensed the dangerous aura of Irina. 2 snow wolves came out one after another. Awoo. The snow white hair all over the body, the 2-meter long body, and the exposed fangs gave people a strong sense of oppression. The 2 snow wolves stood at the entrance of the mine, their limbs tense, looking at Irina vigilantly, and making threatening growls. Cao Xing saw the attributes of the snow wolf. Snow wolf, level 3, race, beast HP. 220/220, attack power. 1618, attributes, strength 8, agility 9, spirit 7, constitution 11, skills, bite, pounds, racial talent, wolf pack effect, if there are more than 10 snow wolves participating in the battle at the same time. The wolf pack talent can be activated, and the attack power and movement speed will increase by 20%. It is indeed a level 3 snow wolf, and the attributes of the other snow wolf are similar to it. Cao Xing understood. Fortunately, there are only 2 snow wolves here. If the number of wolves is too large, the racial talent will be activated, and Cao Xing will have to turn around and run away. But now, Cao Xing looked at the thick fur on the 2 snow wolves, as if he saw a naked young woman. Hehehe. Little snow wolf, be good and contribute your fur. At this moment, Liu Muxue and Irina turned their heads at the same time, to look at Cao Xing. Cao Xing froze in place, embarrassed. Damn, how could they say what was in their mind? The 2 snow wolves seemed to know that Cao Xing and the others were not easy to mess with. They lowered their heads and kept making threatening noises. The snakeman Irina opened her scarlet tongue, unwilling to be outdone. Hiss, hiss. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was tense. Liu Muxue was a little nervous, holding up her wooden shield. After a few seconds of confrontation, the 2 snow wolves lost their patience first. They pounced on them fiercely. Awoo. Liu Muxue held up her shield, and the 2-meter long body of the snow wolf made her feel very stressed. Her slender and slightly fleshy legs were trembling slightly. At this moment, Cao Xing's voice came from behind. Sister-in-law, raise your shield and block its attack. Don't worry, your attributes can withstand it. Liu Muxue, who was in a panic, heard this and immediately seemed to have found her backbone. She subconsciously did as she was told. She raised her shield, and the snow wolf's claws also passed by at this time. Bang! HMM. Liu Muxue let out a light cry. After a crash, the expected scene of Liu Muxue being slapped away did not appear. A layer of snow white scales appeared on her arms, reducing a lot of impact for her. Blocked, blocked. Liu Muxue looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. Cao Xing praised from behind. Sister-in-law, you did a good job. Encouraged by Cao Xing, Liu Muxue became more confident. She took a deep breath, making her proud chest more impressive. Liu Muxue raised her shield again and again, to resist the attack of the snow wolf. Bang, bang, bang. The crashes sounded one after another, but Liu Muxue still gritted her teeth, and did not take a step back. The muscles of her legs covered with white silk were tense, and her round buttocks trembled. It can be seen that Liu Muxue should have been exercising regularly. When holding the shield, her perfect body curves were undoubtedly revealed. Sister-in-law, in addition to resisting the attack, you must also remember to use the weapon in your other hand to counter-attack the enemy. Cao Xing was teaching Liu Muxue how to fight. Liu Muxue did exactly what she was told. When the snow wolf missed its claw attack, she raised the stone axe in her hand and chopped at the snow wolf's head. Puff. -8, -2, -2. The first number is the slashing damage caused by Liu Muxue, and the second number is the additional snake venom effect. Although the damage is very low, it is not worth mentioning compared to the snow wolf's health of more than 200. But it also gave Liu Muxue confidence. So, I can also block these monsters. Then, Liu Muxue began to gradually find her own attack rhythm. Puff. Puff. -8, -9, -14. Critical damage. While blocking the snow wolf's attack, she looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Cao Xing was condensing the ice ball in the back. Bang. -19. The damage of the ice ball this time was not as high as the first time. This is because a snow wolf is a level 3 creature, and its defense is higher than that of the snow venomous snake. The two of them worked together to deal with this snow wolf, and it seemed to be safe. As for the snakeman Irina next to her, she was suppressing another snow wolf unilaterally. Her spear was so sharp that every time she thrust it out, she could poke several bloody holes in the snow wolf. -37, -2, -32, -2. After a while, the health of the snow wolf was reduced to less than half. On the other hand, every time Irina's claws hit the snow wolf, her scales would reduce most of the damage, and the damage caused was only in the single digits. At this time, green +3 would appear above Irina's head. After a while, her health was fully replenished. This scene made the snow wolf in front of her feel desperate. Facing such an enemy with infinite health recovery, how could it fight? In less than 30 seconds, Irina killed the snow wolf. Your territory member, Irina killed the snow wolf level 3 and gained 40 experience points. You gained 20 experience points. Liu Muxue also received the same system prompt. After Irina solved the battle here, she quickly twisted her body and came to help Cao Xing fight. With Irina's joining, the next battle was no longer suspenseful. The last snow wolf howled and fell to the ground and died. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. As modern people, this was the first time they fought in this way. Although Cao Xing acted very calm, he was actually very panicked inside. If Liu Muxue couldn't bear it, then with her small body, she couldn't bear the attack of the snow wolf. Fortunately, Liu Muxue didn't disappoint. Cao Xing walked over, saw the pale Liu Muxue, patted her on the back and said, "Sister-in-law, you have worked hard. You did a very good job this time." After hearing this, Liu Muxue nodded lightly, and the tension in her heart also dissipated a little. Cao Xing moved his eyes over. At this moment, there were still 2 wolf corpses on the ground. Snow wolf corpse *2, decomposable. Cao Xing directly clicked on decomposition. A white light enveloped the 2 wolf corpses, and a second later, a large pile of material suddenly appeared on the ground. Slightly damaged wolf skin, green, *2. Thick wolf skin can be made into a coat with good cold resistance. Fresh wolf meat, green, *134. Chewy wolf meat. 1 piece of wolf meat equals 5 food. Snow wolf bones, green. *32. Hard bones. You can use them to make simple armor and weapons, or use them to make soup. Wolf teeth, green. *11. Sharp wolf teeth. You can use them to make arrows, or tie them to a stick to make a spear. Frost wolf knight recruitment scroll, blue, *1. A scroll containing the power of the contract. You can immediately summon a powerful level 10 Frost Wolf Knight, but before that, make sure you have enough food. Seeing the materials on the ground, Cao Xing's eyes were more and more shocked. Fuck. This wave is really a big explosion. Cao Xing was surprised. 2 wolf skins directly solved the problem of the raw materials they used to make cold resistant clothing, which can be said to have solved his urgent need. Needless to say, there are more than 100 wolf meats. If they eat them sparingly, it is not a problem for them to survive for half a month. The most exaggerated thing is naturally the Frost Wolf Warrior recruitment scroll. It can actually summon a level 10 creature, which is more powerful than Irina. Liu Muxue, who was standing aside, also showed joy on her face. She also knew how valuable these resources were. That's great, Cao Xing nodded. He picked up a snow white wolf skin from the ground and put it on Liu Muxue. Although it was not made into clothes, these 2 wolf skins alone can play a good role in keeping out the cold. Liu Muxue instantly felt a warmth wrapping herself up. She looked at Cao Xing gratefully. "Thank you, Xing. You're welcome, sister-in-law." After Cao Xing finished speaking, he put another wolf skin on himself. In an instant, the severe coldness of this world was dispelled a lot. At this time, Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Finally, we no longer have to fight in the snow wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Ancient Weapon Barret. Cao Xing also collected the other materials on the ground. After that, he came to the coal mine with great expectations. Found an ownerless small coal mine. Do you want to occupy it? Yes. Occupy successfully. Get a small coal mine *1, get a bronze treasure chest *1 point. Congratulations. Because you are the first survivor in the server to occupy a resource point, you will get rewards. Ancient Weapon Barret, purple, *1, 12.7mm ammunition *10. Cao Xing. What the hell? Barret? Did I hear it right? However, when Cao Xing looked at the heavy sniper rifle with a pitch black body and a 1 meter long barrel on the snow in front of him, he confirmed his guess. This is really a Barret. But after thinking about it, it's normal. After all, this world is a world where technology and magic are mixed. In the later stage, the cold iron mechanic can drive a Gundam and summon a group of bombers. What's a Barret? Thinking of this, Cao Xing happily collected the Barret and the bullets on the ground. Ancient Weapon Barret, purple, quality, rare, attack power 96-79-93, attack interval 2 seconds / time. Additional special effect 1, armor piercing. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to ignore 100 points of enemy armor. Additional special effect 2, headshot. When attacking the head, an additional 50% damage is caused. Fuck. It's really awesome. There is no doubt that this is a real killer. The attack power of more than 900 in the early stage is almost enough to kill gods and buddhas. In addition to the 2 special effects at the end, if all are triggered, monsters below level 20 can't withstand a single shot. Although he is a mage, who said that mages can't use Barret? But unfortunately, Cao Xing only has 10 bullets. Cao Xing thought, I remember that after the territory level is upgraded to level 4, some new technological buildings will be unlocked, such as bullet factory, small snow robot production workshop, etc. At that time, I won't have to worry about bullets. Cao Xing put the Barret into his backpack with satisfaction. At this time, he remembered another prompt from the system. In addition to coal resources, there is also a bronze treasure chest. In other words, there is a high possibility of a treasure chest inside. So, Cao Xing turned his head and said, Sister-in-law, I'll go to the mine to take a look. You collect the scattered coal outside first. Liu Muxue nodded gently, yes. After Cao Xing finished speaking, he jumped directly into the mine. This is just a small mine, with a depth of only 4 or 5 meters. In the middle of the nearby soil, some black coal and stones can be seen. There are indeed rich resources here. According to the system, more than 1,700 pieces of coal can be mined here. According to the standard of 1 coal equals 5 wood, the resources here are enough for him to use for a long time. Cao Xing even wanted to send a few polar people to mine now. However, the 4 polar people in the territory now have tasks, and there are no extra manpower at the current stage. Cao Xing thought to himself, it seems that the upgrade progress of the polar people's hut should also be put on the agenda. We must recruit more labor, otherwise no one will come to mine the ore vein. However, the more important thing at the moment is to find the treasure chest in this coal mine. Cao Xing walked to the end of the mine and found a bronze treasure chest in the dark. This is it. The system prompt appeared. Found an unlocked bronze treasure chest *1, do you want to open it? Cao Crossing directly clicked yes. Open the bronze treasure chest successfully. Get a believer's cane. Green. Asterisk 1, get snow boots. White. Asterisk 2 right square bracket. Get a medical kit asterisk 1, get food asterisk 15. Get refined iron asterisk 5 right square bracket. Get a market construction blueprint asterisk 1 point up. The market construction blueprint is out? Cao Crossing's eyes lit up. Only after the market is built can you trade with other survivors. Although only a few hours have passed since Cao Crossing came to this world. But considering that more than 7 billion people on the entire blue star have traveled through time, with such a large population base, many people must have built a market. Cao Crossing checked the description of this blueprint. Market. After construction, you can trade resources with other survivors. Note, before the area is merged, you can only trade with other survivors in the area where the survivors are located. Size 20 square meters. Materials required for construction 15 stones, 30 wood. Cao Crossing thought, can we only trade with survivors in this area first? But it doesn't have much impact. There are also tens of thousands of people in area 174, and there are many materials circulating in the market. Cao Crossing began to check the other two equipment he had just obtained. Believer's cane. Green. Quality. Excellent. Attack power 1518. Spirit +3. Additional special effect. Believer's grip. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to increase your own spirit by 10. Note, the fanatical believer's cane. When you are in battle, shout, Black Silk is justice. There will be unexpected effects. Who the hell is shouting? White Silk is justice. Okay. Cao Crossing was speechless, always feeling that this system note was a bit unserious. He began to check the second piece of equipment. Snow boots. White. Quality. Ordinary. Armor. None. Special effects. None. Note, snow boots with good cold resistance, allowing you to walk better in the ice and snow. Another piece of cold-proof equipment. Cao Crossing was delighted. There were 2 pairs of snow boots, just in time for him and Liu Muxue to have 1 pair each. So, he took off the black leather shoes on his feet and put on the snow boots covered with fluff. The soles of his feet, which were almost numb from the cold, were now wrapped in waves of warmth. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. There was another item in the treasure chest. Medical kit. White. Can be used to treat injuries or common illnesses and restore 100 health points. Note, a simple medical kit can treat some common symptoms caused by weather, such as colds, fevers, frostbite, etc. This is also a good thing. Before the medical room is built, this medical kit is a life-saving thing. After all, some diseases cannot be dispelled even by the Auroranite's purification. After continuing to check and confirming that there was nothing else in the coal mine, Cao Crossing prepared to go out. However, before leaving, he also decomposed the treasure chest. Successfully decomposed the bronze treasure chest and obtained copper asterisk 5 point. Cao Crossing drilled out of the mine. After seeing him come out, Liu Muxue whispered, Axing, all the coal on the ground has been collected. There are 112 pieces of coal, enough for us to use for a long time. Her face was filled with the joy of harvest. Cao Crossing nodded and said, well done, sister-in-law. This pair of snow boots is for you first. After saying that, Cao Crossing put the boots at Liu Muxue's feet. He noticed that Liu Muxue's legs were already red from the cold. Her 10 toes were clasped together, and her hips were trembling constantly. 5 or 6 minutes had passed since they came out. If she didn't return to the campfire in a few minutes, Liu Muxue's legs might be completely frozen. Although Liu Muxue also longed for this pair of snow boots, she also knew how precious such boots were in such an extreme environment. Can you really give me this pair of boots? Liu Muxue asked tentatively. Cao Crossing smiled and said, of course I can give it to you. I already have a pair, and Irina has no legs. Who else can wear them except you? Liu Muxue stopped refusing and whispered, thank you. Crossing. Cao Crossing waved his hand, motioning her to change quickly. At this moment, Liu Muxue said a little embarrassedly, Crossing. Can you help me? My legs are a little out of control. After saying this, her cheeks were already red to her ears. Cao Xing didn't think much about it and walked directly to her side and put one of Liu Muxue's hands on his shoulder. A faint fragrance came from the tip of her nose. Liu Muxue held Cao Xing's neck and raised her right leg with some difficulty. Seeing her like this, Cao Xing knew that her legs were already frozen. "Sister-in-law, let me help you put on your shoes." After saying that, before Liu Muxue could react, Cao Xing directly lifted her knee covered with white silk. Liu Muxue's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Cao Xing didn't have any extra thoughts. He quickly helped her put on 2 pairs of snow boots, and then bent down. "Sister-in-law, I'll carry you back to the camp." Hearing this, Liu Muxue became even more shy. But she also knew that in her current state, she had to return to the camp as soon as possible to keep warm. "Ma, trouble you?" Liu Muxue responded softly. The next moment, a pair of slender arms wrapped around Cao Xing's neck. Then, she felt a pair of big and powerful hands holding her thigh roots. It seemed that this was the first time that another man touched this part. Liu Muxue gasped slightly, and her face immediately turned red to her neck. Liu Muxue lowered her head deeply. Cao Xing felt a soft and delicate touch between his hands. He thought to himself, this woman has a very soft body. Then, Cao Xing carried Liu Muxue on his back and took Irina with him. The 2 of them and the snake returned to the camp. The warmth from the campfire came again. The stiffness in the body was gradually dispelled. After settling Liu Muxue, Cao Xing looked up and saw that the sky was getting darker. There was still half an hour before dark. He had to build a small shelter for Irina to live in at night before dark. Otherwise, if these residents were left to suffer from the cold at night, their loyalty would drop. In addition, he had to build a market to trade with other survivors. Cao Xing took a look at the current resources of the territory. Food, bread *50, snake meat *17, wolf meat *134, wood *97, coal *112, stone *62. Not bad. We have enough materials to build the sawmill and the market, and the remaining materials can build a small residence. So Cao Xing shouted to the distance, "Dazuang and Dazuang, you all come back." Hearing the order, the polar people put down their work and returned to the campfire trembling. "Lord, what's the matter?" Cao Xing nodded and then began to give orders. "Dazuang and Dazuang, you 2 go build the sawmill. Sun Zuang, the task of building the market is up to you. Si Zuang, you go build a small residence." At this point, Cao Xing added, "After you finish these, you can eat." Hearing the last sentence, the 4 polar people's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, Lord, we promise to complete the task before dark." "That's right, we will do the job, Lord, don't worry." Chapter 9 Delicious Snake Soup. At this time, Cao Xing heard a gurgling sound. It was not from him, but from Liu Muxue beside him. She was not a strong person, and she had just experienced a battle, which consumed a lot of physical strength. It was normal to be hungry. Seeing Cao Xing's eyes, Liu Muxue blushed and buried her head deeply. "No, sorry." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go in first. We have to prepare to cook." Liu Muxue nodded gently. Then, they went into the empty lord's hut. "If you want to cook, you have to build a stove first." So Cao Xing found a corner and clicked on the building interface to build. Whether to consume materials, stone *8, wood *4, build a level 1 simple stove. Yes. Cao Xing began to build according to the sketch given by the system. After a few minutes, a simple stove made of stones appeared in front of Cao Xing. Stove, level 1, defense value 30, area of land 1 square meter. Cao Xing took out the initial equipment given by the system from the storage box. Big black pot, white. Don't look at it as just a big black pot, but if you decompose it, it can also be decomposed into 2 pieces of iron. This time, Cao Xing planned to make a pot of snake soup first. In this icy and snowy place, there is no shortage of water. Cao Xing only needs to go outside, knock some ice cubes with a hammer, put them in the pot, and they will melt in a short while. After the water boiled, Cao Xing directly threw 2 palm-sized pieces of snake meat into the pot. These 2 pieces of snake meat are equivalent to the supplies of 10 food items, which is quite luxurious. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing threw 2 more pieces of snake meat in. 10 minutes later, the rich aroma of meat began to fill the whole hut. Liu Muxue, who was huddled aside, couldn't help but raise her head, looked at the pot, and swallowed her saliva. Sister-in-law, it's almost done. Wait a moment. Liu Muxue lowered her head in embarrassment and replied softly, Xing, let me do the cooking in the future. Cao Xing smiled and said, you will be the Lord's woman in the future. How can we do these things? We are short of manpower now. If we recruit more soldiers in the future, we won't need to cook. Liu Muxue smiled gently after hearing this. Xing, you know a lot. Cao Xing shook his head. Nothing, I just play more games at ordinary times. The sky outside became darker and darker. The temperature began to drop sharply. Originally, after lighting the stove, the temperature in the room had risen to -11. And now, it has dropped to -16 in the blink of an eye. The temperature outside has reached an astonishing -50. The cold wind whistled, like a bone scraper constantly sweeping across the bodies of the group of polar people. At this temperature, even with a bonfire, it is impossible to work. Unless we upgrade the bonfire to an energy tower later, we will be able to survive a snowstorm. At this time, Cao Xing saw several prompts appearing on the territory interface. Your territory building, lumber yard, has been built successfully. Your territory building, market, has been built successfully. Your territory building, small shelter, has been built successfully. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The work he assigned to the 4 polar people was finally completed before dark. So he walked to the door of the Lord's hut and said, Dazuan, Erzuan, you can all come over for dinner. The 4 polar people swarmed into the Lord's hut. Even Irina curled up and crawled in along the wall of the wooden house. The Lord's hut had a total of 30 square meters of space, and it became very crowded in an instant. Liu Muxue had already filled 6 wooden bowls with broth, and there was still boiled snake meat floating in them. The 4 polar people's eyes were shining, and their hands holding the wooden bowls were shaking constantly. But because Cao Xing didn't speak, they didn't dare to do anything beyond the limit. At this time, Cao Xing came to the stove, picked up one of the wooden bowls and said, although today is only the first day for everyone to get along, I'm very satisfied with your performance. To reward you for your hard work, you can enjoy this pot of snake soup. Then, start enjoying the food. At this moment, the 4 polar people raised the delicious broth in their hands, drooling wildly. Then, they shouted at the same time, praise the great Lord. Praise the great second Lord. After the words fell, the 4 polar people drank the broth directly. Gurgle gurgle sound came. After a moment, the 4 polar people showed a look of happiness on their faces. God, I swear, this is the most delicious meal I have ever eaten in my life. Erzuan, me too. I have never eaten such delicious broth underground. Everyone, we must remember that all this is given by the Lord. We must work hard and give back to the Lord. Willing to go through fire and water for the Lord. The 4 polar people were deeply moved. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Dazuan, tasted the delicious snake soup, and his loyalty to you has increased. The current loyalty is 85. Your territory member, Erzuan, tasted the delicious snake soup, and his loyalty to you has increased. The current loyalty is 80. The favorability of the 4 polar people soared, all reaching more than 80 points. Under this favorability, basically they would do whatever Cao Xing asked them to do. Cao Xing also noticed Irina next to him. Her hunger value has dropped below 50. Irina narrowed her eyes, and her tongue kept spitting out, and she seemed to be very eager to eat. Cao Xing came to Irina and asked, Irina, do you eat raw meat or cooked meat? Irina spit out scarlet tongue, raw meat, respected Lord. Cao Xing nodded, and he was about to take out 2 pieces of snake meat from his backpack. After thinking about it, Cao Xing put it back. So he threw 2 pieces of wolf meat he had just harvested to Irina. Irina took a bite and swallowed it directly. She licked her lips and said with a satisfied smile on her face, thank you, Lord. Your territory member, Irina, tasted the delicious wolf meat and her loyalty to you has increased. The current loyalty is 71. Cao Crossing noticed that Irina's hunger rose by 10 points and now it has only reached 60 points. This can't go on. If you don't reach a full state for a long time, your loyalty will also drop. Irina is powerful, but at the same time, she consumes more food. Cao Crossing thought for a moment, and then continued to feed 4 pieces of wolf meat, raising Irina's hunger value to 80. Thank you for your generosity, Lord. Cao Crossing nodded. Fortunately, they went out to hunt 2 snow wolves this time. Otherwise, with Irina's appetite, the stored food would not be enough for them to last for 2 days. Moreover, Cao Crossing had a more powerful recruitment scroll in his hand, Frost Wolf Warrior. It can be imagined that by then, the daily food consumption of 2 guys with big appetites will reach an astonishing number. Starting tomorrow, I have to find a way to collect more food. Cao Crossing thought to himself. Since it was night, there was no way to work or go out to explore. So Cao Crossing asked Irina and the 4 polar people to return to their residence to rest. After they left, the Lord's hut became empty again. As for Liu Muxue, before a new residence was built, she could only stay with Cao Crossing. At this moment, Liu Muxue seemed a little nervous. This seemed to be her first time to be in the same room with a person of the opposite sex. However, Cao Crossing did not have any extra thoughts. Sitting in front of the fire, Cao Crossing clicked on the chat channel of the system interface. He wanted to see how the other survivors were doing. When he opened the world channel, a flood of information came in. Linzixon, cold. So cold. I'm freezing to death. Lawrence, oh my god. What kind of world is this? Our family has run out of food, and the campfire is about to go out. Who can save us? Andre, damn it. There's a monster outside the camp, and it bit me. Fujiwara Kiko, my husband has frozen to death. His body is so stiff and cold. Woo woo woo. Chapter 10 Bargaining, Isama Skill Book. From their information, Cao Crossing learned that many people have died. Most of them died of low temperatures, and a few were attacked by monsters in the wild. The human environment as a whole is in a state of panic and anxiety. There are other calmer survivors in the world channel, sharing their experiences there. Zhang Huoyan, brothers, you must build the Lord's hut as soon as possible. Only after building the Lord's hut can you unlock other buildings. Ed Stafford, I suggest that you collect the stones and wood near the territory as soon as possible, and then increase the level of the campfire. Wang Sheng, if you encounter monsters in the wild, don't try to attack. Remember to run back as soon as possible and run to the campfire range, and those monsters will not attack you. As Cao Crossing had expected before, there are more than 7 billion people in the world, and there are many people with good adaptability. However, compared with Cao Crossing, they are still a step slower. Not only did they not play this game in advance like Cao Crossing, they also did not have SSS-level hidden talents. In these 4 hours, Cao Crossing not only built the Lord's hut and the Polar Man's hut, but also built a lumber mill, a market and other buildings, and upgraded the campfire to level 3. Moreover, after 2 battles, Cao Crossing's resources have reached a rich level. Cao Crossing thought about it, and added a sentence. Cao Crossing, the lowest temperature at night, will be -60. Don't go out casually. If you don't have time to build the Lord's hut, you can first build a simple shelter with wooden boards and stones, which can barely withstand the low temperature of the first night. After Cao Crossing finished speaking, he closed the world channel. He didn't know how many people would see his message. He also didn't know if anyone would use his method to survive the first night. But anyway, just take it as a kind reminder. Then, he opened the regional channel. According to the system description, this is a square area of 500 kilometers * 500 kilometers. It shows above. Regional channel 174, online users 38,224 / 40,173. Cao Crossing was silent for a moment. Obviously, a lot of people have died on the first day. Nearly 2,000 people have died in his area alone. You can imagine how high the death rate of survivors around the world is. But there is nothing you can do about it. In a survival game, many people will be eliminated. Moreover, as long as you get through the first day, everyone will adapt, and the death rate will not be so high. Of course, once the novice protection period is over, the monsters wandering outside may actively attack the camp. At that time, the death rate may soar again. So, it's not just other survivors. Even Cao Xing has to cherish the time of the novice protection period and develop his own territory as soon as possible. Clicking on the regional channel, a lot of information flashed over immediately. Wan Wenji, brothers, are you all from Hong Kong? Guboran, I'm not from Hong Kong, but I'm from the neighboring Shenzhen Hong Kong city. Cao Pingli, I'm from Hong Kong. Pan Fei, I'm also from Hong Kong. After reading the chat above, Cao Xing nodded suddenly. This regional division should be to randomly assign people from several neighboring cities together. At this time, Wang Wenji continued, my compatriots, I'm in trouble. My sister suddenly fainted due to hypothermia and now has a high fever. Who has cold medicine or antibiotics? Please save my sister. Kikayang, my family is also sick. My parents have collapsed. Only my brother and I are left. What should I do if this goes on? Lu Jizhong, it's troublesome. After tonight, there will be not enough food for tomorrow, and there are no warm clothes. Fang Long, I'm Fang Long from the Sinayang Hu. Other brothers in the gang contact me as soon as possible. In the chat channel, many people are telling about their current difficulties and hope to get help from others. Of course, there are also some survivors who have developed in this area. Chen Chai and Heo, haha, you cowards, just stay near the campfire. I found a treasure chest in the snow, and I found an iron sword and a bunch of food in it. Ji Wenlong, I also opened a treasure chest, and I found a medical kit in it, which can cure colds and fevers. If you want it, bring food or weapons to exchange with me. Cheng Lei, cold resistant coats for sale. Food is needed, a lot of food. From the information of these people above, it can be seen that everyone is short of supplies. Cao Xing closed the regional channel, and he is now going to the market to trade some supplies. Cao Xing clicked on the market interface of the territory building. As soon as it was opened, many transaction information appeared on it. Consignment items, stones asterisk 20, required items, food asterisk 10 or medical kit asterisk 1 point, consigner, Cao Xing, seller's note, basic materials, price negotiable. Consignment items, rusty spear, white, asterisk 1, required items, food asterisk 20, consigner, anonymous, seller's note, iron spear, although rusty, but also stronger than the initial weapon given by the system, need food. Food. Consignment item, open bronze treasure chest asterisk 1 point, required item, warm clothes, consigner, Wan Wen. Seller's note, although the treasure chest has been opened by me, it can be decomposed into rare materials such as copper. Give me some warm clothes, I'm freezing to death. Obviously, it is the first day of the global event. In this world under extreme conditions, the most scarce things are naturally food and warm clothes, as well as medicine. Everyone is exchanging the only resources they have. Cao Xing only has one medical box in his hand, and he is short of warm clothes. So of course it is impossible to take these things out for trading. He continued to browse to see if there was anything he needed. At this time, he saw a consignment information. Consignment item, Isama skill book, white, asterisk 1 right square bracket, required item, food asterisk 50, or medical kit asterisk 5 point, consigner, Malaise, seller's note, this is a skill book for the early stage of the Frost Mage. You can cut down the price appropriately. Hurry up if you want to buy it. Cao Xing's eyes moved slightly. It was actually the Frost Mage's Ice Armor. This skill can increase a certain amount of armor value according to the user's mental strength. The effect lasts for 20 seconds, but the consumption is relatively large. For other Frost Mages, this may be a tasteless skill, but for Cao Xing, it is a magical skill. Because this skill can be combined with his own talents to become a permanent skill. Then, combined with Irina's scale armor, Cao Xing's defense will reach a terrifying level. At this moment, Cao Xing even wanted to take a picture of this skill book on the spot. But it was obvious that this guy was asking for a sky-high price, and he directly asked for 50 food. Fortunately, the seller's note said that the price could be bargained, which means there is still room for negotiation. So, Cao Xing opened the private chat interface for consignment. Cao Xing, 10 food for the ice armor skill book. A few seconds later, Melise sent a speechless expression. Melise, I asked you to bargain, not to bargain with people. You want to exchange 10 food for the skill book, why don't you go and grab it? Go and have fun. Cao Xing replied, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. What if I tell you that this is not ordinary food, but meat? Melise, meat? You got meat so quickly? The other party's tone was full of surprise. Cao Xing knew that the other party didn't believe it. After all, at the current stage, meat can only be obtained from wild monsters. Obviously, basically no one can defeat those wild monsters on the first day. Cao Xing directly posted the item information on the private chat window, but he sent the information about snake meat. It was not until this time that Melise finally believed the fact that Cao Xing had meat in his hand. Sure, brother. I actually let you get the snake meat. Cao Xing asked directly, how about it? Will you sell it? Melise, of course I will sell it, but what you gave is too damn little, right? At least 40 food, which is 8 pieces of snake meat, otherwise forget it. Cao Xing said, what are you thinking? 8 pieces of snake meat, I don't have that much myself, at most 3 pieces of snake meat. However, the Melise insisted that at least no more than 6 pieces of snake meat. After hearing this, Cao Xing replied directly, forget it, keep it for yourself. Ice armor is just an early stage skill, and the explosion rate is not low. After tomorrow, you can't exchange it for food, even if you want to. Hearing this, the other party seemed a little hesitant. Melise asked doubtfully, are you serious? Chapter 11, The First Night, Greedy Humanity. What Cao Xing said was of course false. The skill, ice armor, was one of the basic skills of the mage in the early stage. Although it was a bit useless, it was also valuable. Cao Xing replied directly, believe it or not. After hearing this, Melise said helplessly, forget it, 3 pieces of snake meat is 3 pieces of snake meat. Eat sparingly, it's enough for my family to survive for another day. Hearing the last sentence, Cao Xing's eyes moved slightly. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message, how about this, you change it to 20 food, and I will give you 5 more bread. Melise on the opposite side was stunned after hearing this, but still said, okay. Cao Xing, then go to the market and modify the transaction information directly, and I will bid it immediately. Soon, the price of that skill book in the market became food right square bracket asterisk 20. Cao Xing bid it directly. The transaction is successful. You get the ice armor skill book asterisk 1 point. You lose fresh snake meat asterisk 3 and bread asterisk 5 point. Ice armor, consume a certain amount of mental power to increase the armor of yourself or your friend. Mental power 0.6. The effect lasts for 30 seconds and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. This is it. His current mental strength is 5, plus the blessing of the believer's staff, which is 8 points of mental power. In other words, Cao Xing can permanently increase his armor value by 5 points. He directly clicked on the learning. Successfully learned ice armor. After the system prompt ended, Cao Xing was secretly happy. Then, he took the lead in releasing the ice armor on himself. Duplicate armor. Pass. Release ice armor. Successfully. Armor plus 5. Talent. Eternal power. Takes effect, and the skill has become permanent. The next moment, Cao Xing felt a layer of invisible frost armor wrapped around him. A sense of security surged in his heart. The effect of ice armor is similar to that of scale armor. Both are invisible means of defense that only appear when attacked. Now his armor has reached 15 points, and the attacks of monsters below level 3 can't even cause damage to him. In simple terms, it can't break the defense. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After waiting for 60 seconds, Cao Xing added another layer of ice armor to Liu Muxue. As a meat shield in the team, of course, her defense must be piled up as high as possible. At this moment, the two were in the same room. Liu Muxue also learned about the current situation of other survivors through the chat channel. Now she understands that not everyone has lived in the Warlord's hut like her. More survivors are still living a life of hunger and cold. If it weren't for Cao Xing, then she, Liu Muxue, would probably have the same experience, or even worse. Then at night, experience the freezing cold hell of ice and snow. Liu Muxue looked at Cao Xing with gratitude. Thank you, Xing. If it weren't for you, I might have frozen to death outside. Cao Xing shook his head and said, it's okay, sister-in-law. Since the two of us are assigned to the same group, we must cooperate with each other and live better in this world. I help you, and I'm also helping myself. Liu Muxue nodded solemnly. I will adapt to this world as soon as possible and won't hold you back. Cao Xing nodded. Then, the two of them entered a state of relative silence. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. At this time, Liu Muxue didn't know what she thought of, and suddenly her pretty face turned red, and even her body was trembling slightly. After a while, she took off her snow boots and shrank back to the small wooden bed. Liu Muxue wrapped herself in a wolfskin coat and buried her red head deeply in it, revealing only a pair of pink feet. Between the two of them, there was a warm stove. After a while, Cao Xing said, go to sleep, sister-in-law. At night, the coal in the stove was burning vigorously. Through the Lord's hut, the sound of the wind from outside could be heard. At this time, both of them were wrapped in wolfskins, using them as blankets. Liu Muxue looked at Cao Xing's back, wondering what he was thinking. At this moment, Liu Muxue received a video call. Seeing the caller's name, B Yunlin, it was her mother. Liu Muxue's face flashed a trace of solemnity. After thinking for a moment, she still clicked to answer. Xiaoxu, how are you doing over there? As soon as the video was connected, a woman's voice came from the other side. Liu Muxue was a little surprised that the other party actually cared about her. However, before Liu Muxue could speak, B Yunlin on the opposite side continued. Oh my goodness, Xiaoxu. Our family suddenly came to this world. What bad luck. You don't know, your two brothers, your father and I are in such a miserable situation. There is only so much food in that box, not enough for Dabao and Xiaobao to eat in one meal. Now the food is almost gone. Your father and I didn't eat anything at night. We are cold and hungry. Xiaoxu, do you have any extra food? Support us a little. Liu Muxue smiled bitterly. Is it still like this? Before she said a word, she exposed her true nature. She didn't care about her life or death, and asked her for food directly. Liu Muxue remembered that it seemed to be the same on Blue Star before. She was always strictly required, all her income was controlled by them, and they even intervened in her life. So that in the end, she was forced to marry the man she hated. Liu Muxue took a deep breath, and seemed to have mustered up some courage. She shook her head and said, Mom, I don't have any extra food either. After hearing this, Liu's mother on the opposite side was immediately puzzled and asked, is there really nothing left? Xiaoxu, your two brothers have been hungry for a whole day. You know, Dabao and Xiaobao are both big eaters. They used to eat 4 or 5 meals a day, but now they have only eaten one meal in this world. Your father and I only ate half a piece of bread. While Liu's mother was talking, her eyes were still darting around, as if she was checking the situation on Liu Muxue's side. Liu Muxue said firmly, no more. At this moment, the appearance of another middle-aged man appeared on the video screen. He looked at Liu Muxue's background, and asked in confusion, Xiaoxu, are you lying to us? You've already moved into the house, and you still say there's no food. Also, where did you get the fur you're wearing? The voices of two children rang out nearby, pointing at the screen and saying, Mom and Dad, I recognize the fur on my sister's body. It's wolfskin. My sister has killed wolves, so there's meat there. Hearing this, Liu's mother was immediately furious. Okay, you bastard. You dare to lie to your mother. You don't even want to share the meat with your family. You ungrateful bastard. I've raised you for nothing. At this moment, Liu's father was also accusing her, and there were also the noisy voices of two children nearby. Xiaoxu, what do you want to do? Your mother and I are almost starving to death, and you're not willing to share any food. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Facing the accusations of her family, Liu Muxue bit her lower lip lightly, with tears in the corners of her eyes, and seemed a little at a loss for a moment. Liu's mother on the other side became even more aggressive. Are you still aggrieved? We have been hungry for a whole day and we are still not aggrieved. Liu Muxue, I think you are really getting cocky. Liu Muxue's eyes were red, and she was about to cry. At this moment, a figure squeezed into the picture. Two old things, what are you barking about? Hearing the scolding, the voices on the other side suddenly became quiet. Then, they saw a young man appear next to Liu Muxue. When Liu's father saw Cao Xing's picture, he questioned, Xiaoxu, who are you with? Who is this man? Without waiting for Liu Muxue to speak, Cao Xing replied first, you don't need to know who I am. If you want food, go find it in the snow. The middle-aged man opposite her did and said, I'm talking to my daughter. What qualifications do you have to interrupt? Cao Xing smiled and said, what qualifications do I have? Just because I killed the wolf and the meat is mine. How about it? The middle-aged man said angrily, then I won't ask you. I'll ask Xiaoxu. She is my daughter. Cao Xing sneered, you can't ask her for it. I'm the one who keeps the food. As long as I'm here, I won't give you a single crumb. You have your own hands and feet, but you don't know how to get food. You run to your daughter to suck blood. Do you have any shame? You. What do you mean by you? You're so old, and you still have the nerve to pester me. You're not even as good as a woman, a waste. After Cao Xing's scolding, the middle-aged man opposite turned red in the face. Beside them, the cries of two children could be heard. Mother Liu seemed to want to help her husband and verbally attack Cao Xing. However, at Cao Xing's signal, Liu Muxue hung up the video call. Beep. The world was suddenly quiet. Liu Muxue huddled in bed, her shoulders trembling constantly, as if she could not control her emotions. A slight sob came from Cao Xing's ear. After a while, when the sob stopped, Cao Xing comforted her. It's okay, sister-in-law. Liu Muxue raised her head, looked at Cao Xing gratefully with red and swollen eyes and said, Xing, thank you for helping me out. Cao Xing shook his head and said, it's okay, these guys want to get something for nothing and take supplies from me. No way. You must also remember that no matter who asks you for food or other resources, you must not give it. There will be a second time after the first time, and they will ask for endless things later, understand? After hearing this, Liu Muxue's eyes flashed with bitterness. Chapter 12 Frostwolf Warriors, move out. She understood this truth. When she was on Blue Star, her various appearance fees, including funds, were controlled by her family. Liu Muxue also wanted to refuse, but under the constant mental pressure from her parents, she silently endured it all. Now coming to this world, it seems to give her a chance to get rid of her original family and start over. After a moment, Liu Muxue nodded solemnly and said, I will, Xing. After that, the two sat on the bed. But because of what happened before, they were all sleepy for a while. At this time, Liu Muxue didn't know what she remembered. She suddenly stood up and came to the stove. The stove was lit, and hot water was boiling in the iron pot. After a while, Liu Muxue came to Cao Xing with a small bucket of hot water. With a shy look on her face, she whispered, Xing, I see your feet are a little red from the cold. Soak your feet in hot water before going to bed. You need to be more comfortable. Cao Xing was stunned, and he really felt that his feet were almost numb from the cold. Okay, sister-in-law. He was just about to reach out and take the wooden bucket. But Liu Muxue whispered at this time, I'll help you. Her voice was so soft that Cao Xing even thought he had misheard. However, Liu Muxue had already squatted down and put the small wooden bucket next to the bed. She blushed and clumsily lifted Cao Xing's feet to the bucket. It was the first time that Cao Xing asked another girl to help him soak his feet, and he felt a little strange in his heart. Sorry to bother you, sister-in-law. Liu Muxue said shyly, no trouble. The warm water hit Cao Xing's cold soles, and the heat continued to rise. Liu Muxue squatted down, her hips were straight, and her waist curves were fully exposed. She could be called a devil figure. Her delicate palms kept stroking Cao Xing's instep, and every time Cao Xing felt a shock of electricity, The heat continued to rise, and Cao Xing clearly felt that the body temperature of both of them had risen a little. Sister-in-law. Hearing the call, Liu Muxue raised her delicate head, with a hazy mist on her face. At this time, she found that Cao Xing's face was gradually approaching. Liu Muxue seemed to realize something. Her face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head. But soon, she looked up at Cao Xing again. In addition to shyness, there seemed to be some expectation on her delicate face. At this angle, Liu Muxue's flushed cheeks were so delicate and charming, and her slightly trembling lips made people even want to taste them on the spot. The distance between the two gradually approached, and they could even feel each other's warm breath. Liu Muxue seemed to have some expectations in her nervousness. Axing. Liu Muxue wanted to say something, but she saw that the man's face in front of her had quickly enlarged and directly blocked her lips. Liu Muxue made an alluring moan, and her brain was almost blank. After a moment, Liu Muxue began to respond immaturely from the initial slowness. The night was like fire. In the small room, the temperature gradually rose. A few minutes later, Liu Muxue's chest kept rising and falling, and she collapsed in Cao Xing's arms, breathing like orchids. Then, she stood up from Cao Xing's arms, and got into her own quilt with a face full of shame. After Liu Muxue hung up the phone, Liu's father and mother were immediately furious. They tried to call Liu Muxue many times, but were directly rejected by the other party. Liu's mother said dejectedly, "Old man, what do you think we should do now? Xiaoxu refused to give us food. Dabao and Xiaobao kept crying because of hunger, and we don't know what to eat tomorrow." Liu's father Liu Zhenji was also thinking. At this time, he seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Yunlin, do you think that the boy who stayed with Xiaoxu is a little familiar?" Hearing this, Liu's mother's eyes also fell into reminiscence. After a moment, Liu's mother was startled and said, "I seem to remember it. This boy seems to be a driver of Chen Jiang's company. He was often sent by him to pick up our daughter before." The two were shocked. Liu's mother said angrily, "Great. A mere driver dares to scold us. Let me find a chance and see how I can teach you a lesson." Liu Zhenji calmed down and said, "Don't worry, I just saw Fang Long talking, and he seems to be in the same place as us." Liu's mother was shocked. "Fang Long, is it the Fang Long from the Three Heroes Society?" Liu Zhenji nodded. "Yes, he seems to have started to unite other members of the Three Heroes Society, and it seems that he should be developing well." Liu's mother smiled immediately. "That's great. I remember that Fang Long was also Xiaoxu's fanatical pursuer before. Let's contact him first and see if we can ask him for some food." The next day, a system prompt appeared. "All survivors, please note that you have survived the first night of the frozen era. The remaining protection period for newbies. 4 days to 2200 hours. There are still 5 days of safety time." Cao Xing opened his eyes and saw the beauty lying next to him at a glance. There seemed to be a hint of fragrance on her lips. Last night, they did not break the last bottom line. On the first day of arriving in this world, neither of them was mentally prepared. Cao Xing shook his head and put aside his messy thoughts. Then he looked at the regional channel. Regional channel 174, online users. 38,024/40,173. Compared to yesterday, more than 1,000 people died. None of them survived the first night in this world. The world channel and the regional channel were filled with various cries for help. Liu Muxue also woke up at this time. She seemed to remember what happened last night and suddenly became shy again. She poked her head out and asked softly, "Axing, what are we going to do today?" Cao Xing said, "Today, we have to upgrade the polar people's hut first, and then recruit 4 polar people to work. Then we will set up the tailor shop, blacksmith shop and so on, but we don't need to do these. Now, go out and arrange work for those polar people." Liu Muxue responded softly. Then, the two got up from the small wooden bed together, and walked out of the Lord's hut. The sky of this doomsday world is still dim, and even at dawn, it is rare to see the sun. 4 polar people were already standing outside the campfire waiting. "How is the Lord?" "Good morning, Second Lord." The 4 polar people shouted respectfully. Cao Xing nodded and then assigned them all tasks. He asked the 4 polar people to divide into twas and start upgrading the polar people's hut at the same time. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume materials? Wood asterisk 50, stone asterisk 30, upgrade the polar people's hut to level 2? Yes. Upgrading polar people's hut, 27 minutes remaining. The polar people started working. Cao Xing took out the recruitment scroll that exploded yesterday from his backpack. Frost Wolf Knight recruitment scroll, blue. You can use this scroll to recruit a level 10 Frost Wolf Knight. The reason why he didn't recruit it yesterday was because it was almost night and he didn't need to fight. Moreover, such a powerful creature consumes a huge amount of food every night, and every bit of it can be saved as a bit. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the scroll to recruit the Frost Wolf Knight? Yes. Cao Xing directly clicked OK. The next moment, a huge hexagram array appeared under his feet. Then, the hexagram array began to emit a more dazzling light. Oh my god, this movement seems to be more terrifying than when I summoned Irina. Cao Xing's eyes were filled with surprise. Through the dazzling light curtain of the teleportation array, Cao Xing vaguely saw a huge figure more than 2 meters tall and full of oppression. A strong breath appeared. Then, the light dissipated. A white giant wolf covered with snow white hair appeared, with a body length of nearly 3 meters. The sturdy and powerful limbs and exposed fangs all demonstrated the powerful strength of this giant wolf. And the sight looked up. On the back of this white wolf, there was a Frost Wolf Knight wearing white armor and holding a long sword. At this moment, the Frost Wolf Knight pulled the reins. The Frost Wolf below immediately raised its head and howled. Ayo how. The sound was shocking and loud, and it spread out for several kilometers. Compared with the oppression of the Snakeman priest, it is more than twice as strong. When he noticed Cao Xing below, the Frost Wolf Knight took off his helmet, revealing a head of dark brown wild hair like weeds. Then, he turned over and jumped, giving Cao Xing a standard knight's salute. Frost Wolf Knight Assam is at your service. Cao Xing looked at the combination of man and wolf in shock. Then, attributes appeared in front of him. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam, unadvanced. Note, after reaching level 10, it can be advanced to a second level creature through the Heart of Strength, race, human, level 10 1722/10,000. Health 1020, attack power 1371 46 armor 2427, attributes, strength 57, agility 54, spirit 48, constitution 51, skills, riding mastery, when fighting on a mount, strength and agility are increased by an additional 10%, Frost Wolf swordsmanship. When attacking the enemy with a sword weapon, an additional 20% damage is caused, talent, Arctic constitution hunger. 72 loyalty. 71. Frost Wolf, Winter, unadvanced, race, beast, level 10 and 273 over 10,000 health. 1540, attack power. 1341 38 armor. 1214, attributes, strength 67, agility 71, spirit 57, constitution 77, skills, frostbite, when the attack hits, add 1 layer of frost effect to the enemy. When the number of frost layers reaches 5 or more, the enemy's blood is frozen and falls into a frozen state for 3 to 5 seconds. Frost Claw, when the attack hits, add 1 layer of bleeding effect to the enemy, losing agility asterisk 0.3 health per second. The effect lasts for 3 seconds. Talent. Wolf Pack Will, when the number of frost wolves gathered at the same time exceeds 10, the movement speed increases by 20%, and the attack power increases by 20%. Hunger. 65. Cao Xing looked at the attributes of the 2 behemoths, and a strong joy flashed in his eyes. Good guy, is this buy 1 get 1 free? They are both such powerful creatures, this wave is really profitable. Cao Xing had never expected that 2 level 10 creatures would appear at once. At this moment, the Frost Wolf Knight still maintained the posture of saluting, as if waiting for Cao Xing to give orders. Cao Xing thought for a moment and did not rush to give orders to the Frost Wolf Knight. Instead, he first added 4 permanent buffs to Assam and the Frost Wolf next to him, including Ice Armor, Ice Healing, Scale Armor, and Snakeman Frenzy. The Frost Wolf Knight felt that there were suddenly 4 wonderful energies in his body, which greatly enhanced his survivability and combat capabilities. Assam immediately knelt on one knee and said in shock, "You are the lord with the greatest power I have ever seen. Assam is willing to offer his loyalty to you. You help the members of the territory." Assam improves his strength, and his loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 80. Assam's loyalty has skyrocketed. Cao Xing was very excited. This SSS level talent is really useful. No matter what kind of soldiers he recruits in the future, he can give them a round. Then, Cao Xing looked at the Frost Wolf Knight and said, "Assam, I'll give you an exploration mission. Go northeast of the camp and mark any resource points or wild creatures you encounter along the way. Report to me after the exploration range reaches 10 kilometers. The Frost Wolf Knight stamped his feet and said respectfully, "I will obey your orders, Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned over and jumped onto the wolf's back, then raised his sword high and pointed it forward. Frost Wolf warriors, move out. Chapter 13. 18 Top quality greatsword. Boom. 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 The Frost Wolf took heavy steps and rushed in the direction of Han Crossing's order. Looking at the figure of the man in the wolf going away, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. A few minutes later, the system prompt appeared. Your territory building, Polar Hut, has been upgraded successfully. Current level, level 2. The number of polar people that can be recruited is 4/8. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Okay, the Polar Hut has also been upgraded successfully. In this way, there will be more people working for me. After a while, 4 polar people came to Cao Xing with tools in hand. Lord, the task has been completed. Cao Xing nodded and then came to the level 2 Polar Hut. The upgraded Polar Hut has changed from a small tent to a small bungalow nearly 3 meters high and covering an area of about 20 square meters. In front of him, the properties of this building appeared. Level 2 Polar Hut. You can summon polar people to work for you by consuming food. Size 30 square meters. Maximum number of recruits 4/8 people required for upgrading. Level 3 Lord's Hut. 100 stones, 200 wood, 50 iron. Cao Xing thought, a level 2 Polar Man Hut can only recruit 4 more Polar Man, and there are still not enough people. If you want to continue upgrading, you need a level 3 Lord's Hut, which cannot be built in a short time. Shaking his head, Cao Xing spent 20 food again and summoned 4 Polar Man. The hut trembled. 4 Polar Man rushed out. "Dear Lord, the Polar Man reports to you." Liu Muxue on the side exclaimed, "Ah." A few more Polar Man came out. Cao Xing nodded and then continued to name these Polar Man. From the 5th and 6th strong, all the way to the 8th strong. The polar people said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord, for giving me a name. You have successfully given a name to a polar person, and Wu Zhuang's loyalty to you will increase by 5 points. You have successfully given a name to a polar person, and Liu Zhuang's loyalty to you will increase by 5 points. System prompts for increased favorability kept appearing. Cao Xing looked at Da Zhuang first, and then said, "Da Zhuang, you lead Da Zhuang to see Zhuang, and the 4 of you will go to mine the coal mine with all your strength. Wu Zhuang and Liu Zhuang, your task is to cut down the wood nearby with all your strength, and then transport it to the lumber mill for processing. Qi Zhuang and Bei Zhuang, your task is to collect more stones and build an ore processing plant. Do you understand?" After hearing this, the 8 polar people looked at each other and saluted respectfully. "Understood, Lord." Then, under the leadership of Da Zhuang, the polar people began to work enthusiastically. "Axing, is there anything I can do?" Liu Muxue asked softly on the side. Cao Xing glanced at Liu Muxue's current equipment. In addition to the small wooden shield given by the system, there was also a stone axe. This small wooden shield also had cracks on it due to fighting. It felt that it would be completely damaged after another battle. Thinking of this, Cao Xing said, "Sister-in-law, I'll go to the market to see if there is anything useful." Liu Muxue nodded gently. "Well, I'll listen to you." Cao Xing looked at his food reserves. Food, bread asterisk 45, snake meat asterisk 10, wolf meat asterisk 132. The food is still sufficient at present. You can take out some of it to exchange for supplies or equipment. He clicked on the market channel. There were dozens of more pages of consignment items on it. It seems that more and more survivors, or teams, have built markets. Cao Xing entered the word equipment in the search interface and then filtered it. There were some white equipment scattered on it, such as stone axes, stone spears, etc. Among them, several iron tools were also sold at a very high price. Cao Xing shook his head. The properties of these equipments were too poor. There was no improvement at all. At this moment, he saw a consignment information. Consignment item, rusty iron shield, white, asterisk 1 point. Required items, food asterisk 50 or medical kit asterisk 1 point. Consigner, Chenyuan, seller's note, top quality iron shield, amazing defense, first come first served. Cao Xing took a look at the properties of this iron shield. It has an armor value of 5 to 8 points, which is almost twice as high as the small wooden shield in Liu Muxue's hand. Although it is not top quality, it is not bad. So, Cao Xing, as usual, directly offered a price. Cao Xing, 20 food for rusty iron shield. After a moment, the other party replied with one word. Get lost. Oh my. This guy has a bad temper and is impatient to bargain. Cao Xing was amused. Shaking his head, he didn't care. So, he posted a consignment information himself. Consignment items, fresh wolf meat, green, required items, equipment, weapons, skill books, consigner, Cao Xing, seller's note, fresh wolf meat, 1 piece of wolf meat equals 5 food, equipment, and skill books that can be used by Aurora Knights and Frost Mages are needed, and those who are interested can chat privately. Not long after the wolf meat was put on the shelves, some survivors immediately noticed the information on the market. Fuck. Someone is selling food in the market, and it's green grade wolf meat. Wolf meat. I remember that wolves in the wild are all monsters of the lowest level 3. Who is this big guy who killed the wolf so quickly? Too strong. I'm still chewing dry bread, and others have already eaten meat. This big guy wants equipment and skill books. Who of you has them? Go and trade with him. At this stage, when everyone is worried about food, someone actually sells food, and it's precious wolf meat, which immediately caused a sensation. Sure enough, Cao Xing received the first private chat message after a while. Renyixu, brother, I see you are amazing. I have a plus 18 top grade great sword here. I will sell you 5 pieces of wolf meat. What do you think? Cao Xing was delighted. Send it to me. Rusty iron sword, white, quality, ordinary, attack power. 68. Additional special effects, none. Cao Xing. Is this the plus 18 top grade great sword you mentioned? Renyixu smiled and said, I forgot to say that this is the future plus 18 enhanced great sword. With my own strength, I will definitely be able to enhance it to 18 in the future. Cao Xing was speechless and said directly, 2 pieces of wolf meat. Renyixu was stunned. So little? Will you sell it? Sell. Renyixu agreed decisively. Cao Xing silently modified the transaction information. The transaction was successful. You got the rusty iron sword, white, and you lost the fresh wolf meat, green, asterisk 2 point. Then, Cao Xing received many private chat messages. There were not many people selling equipment here. Most of them wanted to trade with their other territory materials, such as wood, stones, and a small amount of iron. Cao Xing would remind these survivors of the importance of these basic materials, which are the foundation of survival, and cannot be sold easily. Some survivors would listen to the advice and give up the transaction, but some insisted on trading with Cao Xing. They told Cao Xing that people were almost starving to death, so who would think about the future development? They must fill their stomachs first. Seeing the information of these people, Cao Xing thought to himself, since they want to sell, they can indeed collect a batch of materials first. But I don't have much wolf meat reserves, so I can't buy a lot of stones and wood. However, I can exchange some iron first, and then build the blacksmith shop. After the blacksmith shop is built, you can make some simple iron tools in it, such as iron axes, iron picks, iron spears, etc. For other equipment, you need corresponding drawings to build it. However, the survivors currently have too little iron, only 2 or 3 pieces at most. Cao Xing will definitely suffer a loss if he exchanges 1 piece of wolf meat for 2 pieces of iron. So Cao Xing asked the system, can the wolf meat be decomposed into smaller portions? The system prompt appeared. 1 piece of wolf meat can be decomposed into up to 10 small pieces of wolf meat, 100 G per piece. Cao Xing was stunned. It really works. So, he took out 5 pieces of wolf meat in his hand and decomposed them into 50 pieces. Then, Cao Xing modified the trading conditions. The consignment ratio is 1 piece of wolf meat for 2 pieces of iron. The regional channel once again attracted attention. Brothers, this big guy has modified the conditions. Wolf meat can also be traded with iron. Who has iron? Go and exchange it. I happen to have 2 pieces. I will go to such a big guy to trade immediately. Fuck, I want to eat meat too. Leave some for me. Cao Xing kept receiving trading applications. Trade successful, you get iron asterisk 2, you lose wolf meat asterisk 100 G. Trade successful, you get iron asterisk 4, you lose wolf meat asterisk 200 G. Trade successful, you get iron round shield, white, asterisk 1, you lose fresh wolf meat asterisk 5. In addition to a large amount of iron, Cao Xing also received a shield as he wished. Cao Xing looked at the attributes. Iron round shield, white, quality, ordinary, armor. 911. Additional special effects, none. Although it is just a white shield, it is much better than the wooden shield in Liu Muxue's hand. After a while, all the dozen pieces of wolf meat that Cao Xing hung up were sold out in seconds. And Cao Xing's backpack also directly had 100 more pieces of iron. Now, the iron in his hand is completely enough to build a blacksmith shop. Cao Xing's eyes showed joy. Compared to slowly collecting, it is faster to trade with other survivors. Of course, this method is based on sufficient resources. Now that the population of the territory has increased so much at once, the daily food consumption is a considerable number. So he can only sell a small part of the food to exchange for supplies. Just when Cao Xing was about to end the transaction, the survivor named Chen Yuan sent a message again. Brother, I'll sell you that iron shield, 10 pieces of wolf meat. He seemed to have noticed the movement in the market. Seeing this message, Cao Xing couldn't help laughing. This guy's really bold to make an offer. He treats this broken shield in his hand as a treasure. Cao Xing just traded for that shield, which not only has better attributes than this rusty iron shield, but also only cost 5 pieces of wolf meat. So, Cao Xing replied, no need, keep it for yourself. Hearing this, the survivor named Chen Yuan suddenly became anxious. Brother, stop it. We can discuss it 8 pieces. 8 pieces should be okay, right? Cao Xing didn't want to pay attention to him at all. The other side said anxiously, 6 pieces, it really can't be less. People can't be too greedy. Cao Xing still didn't reply. Chen Yuan said anxiously, I'm Chen Yuan from the Three Heroes Association. Give me face and take this shield for 5 pieces of wolf meat. Chen Yuan seemed to have lost his patience. 4 pieces of wolf meat. This is my minimum. I advise you not to be shameless. His tone became more and more impatient. At this time, Cao Xing replied lightly, get lost. Chapter 14. Your milk tea is under attack. After saying that, Cao Xing blocked the other party directly. Hundreds of kilometers away from Cao Xing, a human survivor just wanted to continue sending messages, but saw the system prompt. You have been blacklisted by the other party and cannot continue to communicate. He was stunned and said angrily, damn stinky boy. After the transaction was completed, Cao Xing first gave Liu Muxue the iron sword and iron shield. Then, he began to teach Liu Muxue how to fight. Cao Xing took Liu Muxue's arm and said, sister-in-law, hold the shield with your left hand and use the weapon with your right hand to attack the enemy. For the iron sword you are using now, just remember to stab, chop, and cut, 3 simple movements. Liu Muxue nodded shyly. She clumsily stabbed forward with a sword and then looked at Cao Xing. Is that so? Cao Xing looked at her soft and weak stabbing sword action, which was not only harmless, but also seemed a little cute. Is this going to perform a gangster's excited sword? Cao Xing shook his head and came behind Liu Muxue, holding the shield with one hand and lifting her right hand with the other. Sister-in-law, your sword posture should be like this. At this moment, Liu Muxue felt Cao Xing appear behind her, and her face was full of shame. He grabbed Liu Muxue's wrist and stabbed forward directly. Swish. The sword made a sound of breaking through the air. Liu Muxue made a coquettish sound. The movement just now was too large, and the two bodies were tightly pressed together. Cao Xing even felt the touch of his round buttocks. Ahem. Cao Xing quickly stepped back half a step to keep a safe distance. Liu Muxue naturally felt it too. The contact from behind just now made her face turn red, and even her legs felt a little weak. But she still gritted her teeth and insisted on learning. Cao Xing began to continue teaching Liu Muxue to practice sword, because she was trying hard to accept the knowledge taught by Cao Xing. Liu Muxue quickly entered the state. After half an hour, both of them were slightly sweating, and then they gradually separated. Liu Muxue repeated the movements instructed by Cao Xing again and again. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he checked the resources of his territory. Food, bread * 45, snake meat * 10, wolf meat * 111, wood * 92, coal * 107, stone * 45, iron * 100. Cao Xing thought, last night, the bonfire and the stove consumed a lot of coal, but it also saved me a lot of wood. Now that 8 polar people are mining resources together, the efficiency is much faster. After today, we should be able to build both the sewing shop and the blacksmith shop. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This progress is still very fast. When most of the survivors are still in the exploratory stage, Cao Xing's territory has taken shape. Next, as long as we continue to develop at this pace, it won't take long to upgrade the territory level and build more advanced buildings. Then, we can set up a barracks and train these polar people into combat arms. With Cao Xing's talent, they will be monsters that can recover blood infinitely. The future is full of hope. At this moment, a system prompt interrupted Cao Xing's thoughts. Your territory member, Assam, is under attack. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing's heart sank. Damn. My milk tea. No, my knight was attacked. Who? You know, Assam is already a level 10 knight. With the frost wolf under his feet, there is basically no opponent below level 1. Now this situation shows that Assam has encountered a strong enemy. Liu Muxue on the side also heard the same prompt. She came to Cao Xing's side with a worried look in her eyes. Cao Xing comforted him. It's okay, Assam has 4 permanent states imposed by us. As long as he is not killed in one hit, it should not be a problem for him to save his life with his ability. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no news of Assam's death. Cao Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two looked at the place where Assam had left before, hoping that he could return safely. 10 minutes later, Cao Xing saw a strong figure limping back. It was the Frost Wolf Knight, Assam. Seeing this, Cao Xing took out the Barrett and came to Assam. Liu Muxue and Irina also walked over quickly. What happened? Cao Xing carried the Barrett and looked around vigilantly. Assam jumped off the back of the Frost Wolf, then knelt on one knee and said, Lord, I'm so sorry. I encountered a powerful enemy outside. Neither rain nor winter can defeat it in one blow. If it weren't for the power you added to us in advance, we might not be able to come back. Hearing this, Cao Xing frowned, and then he looked at the status of the Frost Wolf. He found that winter's health column had changed. Frost Wolf, winter health. 1386/1540, status, fracture, life limit reduced by 10%, movement speed reduced by 20%. Cao Xing said, tell me specifically what you encountered. Yes, Lord. Then, Assam began to tell their experience. After listening to this, Cao Xing frowned and said, you mean, there is a powerful snow bear about 3 kilometers away from the camp, and that bear can also discharge electricity? Assam said respectfully. Yes, Lord, that bear is extremely powerful, and it can slap me and Winter away with one slap. Its power is too strong. Only the second level knights in the tribe can defeat it. Cao Xing was thoughtful. Only the second level knights can deal with it, which means that the level of this monster is at least above level 10. And according to Assam's description, this bear can also discharge electricity. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Thinking of this, Cao Xing nodded and said, Assam, treat your Winter's injuries, and then take me to see where you found the violent bear. Assam seemed a little surprised. Lord, do you mean that you are going to deal with that violent bear? Cao Xing shook his head and said, I didn't say that we must deal with it. Let's go and observe its strength first. The snowstorm bear is only 3 kilometers away from their camp, which is too unsettling. Once the novice protection period ends in 4 days, this violent bear will easily destroy Cao Xing's territory. Moreover, even during the novice protection period, if the snowstorm bear approaches, it will also pose a strong threat to Cao Xing. The polar people who are collecting supplies outside the camp will suffer from the other party's poisonous hands. Even Liu Muxue's eyes showed a worried look. Axing. Cao Xing shook his head and said, don't worry, sister-in-law, we will just watch from a distance. But it shouldn't be a big problem. If it dares to come over, I will make a few holes in its body. After speaking, Cao Xing showed the barret in his hand. With this powerful weapon, monsters below level 20 are basically unbeatable. Liu Muxue nodded. On the side, Assam was already treating the fractured bones of the frost wolf. There was a sound of crackling. Woo. The frost wolf groaned, and a damage number, -172, appeared above his head. Soon, green, +5, appeared one by one. It was convenient to have the talent, eternal power. Otherwise, with the huge HP of Assam and the frost wolf, it would not only cost them a lot of supplies, but also take more time to recover. 2 or 3 minutes later, Lord, Winter has recovered. Assam said respectfully. Cao Xing nodded. Now, start to lead the way. Yes, Lord. Assam rode on the frost wolf again, and headed out of the snow. Boom. 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 Heavy footsteps sounded. Cao Xing approached with Irina and Liu Muxue. Half an hour later, they came to the foot of a snowy mountain. In front of them, they seemed to see a deep cave. There was a ferocious breath coming from it. They continued to approach, and a system prompt appeared in front of them. Snowfield Storm Bear's lair. Blue, there lives a powerful creature inside. It is the overlord of the area. It is extremely dangerous. Please approach with caution. Cao Xing frowned. Even the system prompted that it was extremely dangerous. The monster inside was not ordinarily powerful. Lord, do you need me to lure it out? Frost Wolf Knight Assam volunteered. Cao Xing asked, can you guarantee your own safety? Assam nodded and said, both I and Winter have the power given to us by the Lord. As long as we are careful, escaping will not be a problem. Cao Xing thought for a moment and nodded. Then you go over. Yes. Assam rode the frost wolf and began to quickly go around to the other side of the snow, about 500 meters away from Cao Xing and the others. Then, the frost wolf under his feet raised his head and roared. A woo. The voice was loud and penetrating. The next moment, a roar like that of an ancient beast also sounded in the cave. Roar. The roar was too powerful, and the sound waves were like substance, shaking the snow near the cave away. Cao Xing and others all felt a terrifying sense of oppression. He immediately set up the barret and lay on the snow. At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly felt the ground under him vibrate. Boom. Boom. It was as if something was rushing towards them at a high speed. Then, a huge monster with a white body and a body size of at least 8 meters suddenly jumped out of the cave. Roar. The terrifying roar resounded throughout the snowfield. Thanks to the book friend for the 500-point reward. Thanks to for the 400-point reward. Thanks to for the 100-point reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. First Kill of Elite Monster. It was a white bear covered in snow white hair, the size of a small truck. It was nearly 6 meters long, with limbs as thick as buckets. Just one look at it was enough to show its destructive power. The attributes of this white bear appeared in front of Cao Xing. Snowfield Storm Bear, level 15, race, beast, level, second order elite creature HP. 4080/4080, attack power. 347356, attributes, strength 189, agility 154, spirit 173, constitution 204, skills, bear paw smash. The storm bear attacks the enemy with its strong and powerful forelimbs. With a 100% knockback effect on enemies with less strength than itself. While draw, the storm bear emits a terrifying sound wave, shocking enemies within 30 meters for 3 seconds. Lightning strike, concentrates the lightning power in the body, strikes the ground, causing 130% lightning damage to enemies within 20 meters, and paralyzes all enemies for 1 second. Talent, cold resistance, talent, lightning body, can control weak lightning power. Note, this is a storm bear with a special power activated. It is extremely powerful. Please handle it with caution. Wow, a level 15 elite creature. Cao Xing was shocked. This guy, in terms of attributes alone, is comparable to a level 20 ordinary monster. With those 3 skills, his actual combat power is even more terrifying. At this moment, after sensing Asam's breath, the violent bear roared and rushed over immediately. Boom. Boom. As it ran, it was like a cannonball thrown on the snow, with continuous explosions. Such a mighty force made Asam, who was waiting in place, a little nervous. Cao Xing began to quickly measure the attributes and distance of both sides in his mind. This guy's health is too thick. Barrett will have to fire at least 5 shots to kill him without a headshot. And I'm still 500 meters away from it. According to the speed of this violent bear, it will take at least 10 seconds for it to get close to me. And Barrett has a 2-second attack interval. Counting the time for aiming, 10 seconds is enough for me to launch 5 attacks. After reaching this conclusion, Cao Xing felt relieved. That is, he could use the Barrett to kill the violent bear before the other party rushed over. The premise is that all 5 shots can hit. However, with the huge size of this violent bear, if Cao Xing can still miss, it means that he is too weak. At the same time, the frost wolf under Asam tensed its limbs. It was ready to fight to the death with the snowy violent bear. Roar. The figure of the violent bear rushed over quickly, just when it raised its bare paw, and was about to slap it. Bang. A gunshot sounded. A stream of blood instantly flew up on the back of the snowy violent bear. -872. A terrifying damage number floated up. Roar. The violent bear felt pain, lost its balance in midair, and fell directly to the ground, and rolled more than 10 meters away. So fierce. Cao Xing looked at the big guy in his hand with surprise. When the Barrett was shot just now, the powerful recoil bounced on the shoulder. At this time, a layer of ice armor and a layer of scale armor appeared at the same time. Cao Xing not only did not receive any damage, but even the recoil force was offset. Great. This way I don't have to worry about the recoil hurting me. Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Woohoo. At this moment, the violent bear quickly got up from the ground, staring with red eyes, looking for the culprit who had just attacked it. Then, it suddenly saw Cao Xing in the distance. The next moment, the snow bear began to rush towards Cao Xing. At the same time, Cao Xing's Barrett's attack interval had also ended. He lay on the ground, aimed at the huge body of the violent bear, and then shot directly. Bang. -1234. A 4-digit damage number floated up. Cao Xing was delighted, because this attack actually triggered the armor-piercing special effect of the Barrett. 2 shots directly reduced the blood volume of the violent bear to less than half. Asam, who had just escaped a disaster, was shocked at the 2 blood holes on the violent bear's body. What a terrible power. Even if I and Winter were combined, we couldn't withstand the Lord's attack. At the same time, the violent bear was less than 300 meters away from Cao Xing. After being hit by 2 shots in a row, it had completely aroused its murderous intent. A ferocious aura rushed towards him. Even ally Liu Muxue and Irina subconsciously took 2 steps back. Cao Xing's third bullet was also loaded at this time. Bang! Cao Xing fired without hesitation. This shot did not cause any damage because Cao Xing missed. Fuck. Even this shit can miss? What kind of rubbish is my shooting skill? Cao Xing's heart sank. Because this means that he only has the last 2 shots left. He looked at the health of the brown bear. Health 1974/4080. In other words, Cao Xing's 2 shots must all hit, and one of them must at least deal armor-piercing damage. Otherwise, once the violent bear has a little health left, it will rush to Cao Xing. With his small body, the violent bear could kill him with one slap. The pressure suddenly came, and the atmosphere became a little tense. Liu Muxue held the shield tightly at the side, her face solemn, and she seemed to have seen the situation in front of her. At this moment, Liu Muxue came to Cao Xing's side, and she was ready to block the attack for Cao Xing. But Cao Xing still had a cold look and was reloading. He knew that the more times like this, the more he had to stay calm. When the violent bear rushed to 200 meters away from him, the 4th round of ammunition had been loaded. After aiming at the huge body of the violent bear, Cao Xing thought to himself, "Master Han, please don't miss the target again." Then, he fired directly. Bang. -893. There was no armor-piercing damage, but Cao Xing still didn't feel discouraged. The snowy violent bear seemed to have a premonition that this last distance was the key to victory or defeat. Roar. Roar. Its running speed increased again 100 meters. 50 meters. At this moment, the limbs of the violent bear were faintly charged with electricity. It actually wanted to directly release the group skill and kill Cao Xing directly. At this moment, Cao Xing finished loading the 5th round of ammunition. He took a deep breath, and when aiming at the violent bear's body, the crotches moved up slightly. Then, he fired decisively. Bang. -1574. Headshot. A terrifying damage number appeared. A blood hole that was transparent from front to back suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the snowy violent bear. The huge body stopped its momentum and fell suddenly on the snow in front of it like a wrecked truck. Hoo-la la. After dragging on the snow for more than 10 meters, the body of the violent bear finally stopped completely. Then, it fell to the ground and was completely lifeless. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the snowy violent bear, a level 15 elite creature, killed a monster above the level, and gained experience points of 350 *400%, and gained 1400 experience points. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 3. This upgrades you. Strength +3, agility +4, spirit +6, constitution +4 at the same time. A white light rose from Cao Xing's body. Cao Xing's eyes flashed with ecstasy. I've upgraded twice in a row. The surprise was not over yet, and the system prompts continued to sound. Kill the snowstorm bear, and get the trophy. Primary Heart of Power *1. Advanced item that allows survivors or territory units that have reached level 10 to break through to level 2 powerhouses. Get Primary Element Crystal, green, *8. Crystals containing elemental power can be used to build primary magic buildings, or as alchemical materials. Congratulations. Because you are the first survivor in the entire server to kill an elite creature, you will get the first kill reward. Primary element arrow tower blueprint right square bracket *1. Icefield druid recruitment scroll right square bracket *1. Seeing all these prompts, Cao Xing's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Oh my god. I really made a fortune this time. Heart of Power, Ice Druid Recruitment Scroll, Elemental Arrow Tower Blueprint. This is too awesome. At this time, Irina and Assam all came to Cao Xing's side. They all looked at the corpse of the snowstorm bear on the ground in shock, and murmured, "What a terrible weapon. Lord, your power is as dazzling and powerful as the stars. Irina has been impressed by your strong fighting power, and her loyalty has been increased. The current loyalty is 80. Assam has been impressed by your strong fighting power, and her loyalty has been increased. The current loyalty is 85. Chapter 16. Decompose the violent bear's corpse, and get a great harvest. Cao Xing nodded secretly. Only by showing great strength can you make your subordinates more loyal to you. It is the same principle in any world. He looked at Assam beside him, and then took out a red crystal from his backpack. This is the primary heart of power, obtained when he just killed the violent bear. Primary heart of power can only be obtained from some powerful creatures. Item effect. It can allow survivors or territory members who have reached level 10 to complete the advancement, and all attributes will be improved by 100% after advancement. In the Frozen Age, every advancement is terrifying. At least it is a 100% attribute improvement. It is very difficult to fight across levels without relying on other means. And Assam is a level 10 creature, which meets the conditions for advancement. So, Cao crossing directly through the heart of power to him. Assam took it subconsciously, and then held the powerful crystal in his hand, his eyes full of surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Lord, can you really give me such a precious heart of power?" Cao crossing nodded and said, "Assam, you have proved your bravery and agility in this action. I think you are capable of possessing even greater power. Then please accept this heart of power and let us build a more prosperous territory together." Assam was moved to tears. He beat his chest with one hand, straightened his body, and said excitedly, "I'm willing to sacrifice my life for the Lord." Assam has been moved by your behavior, and his loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 95. Sacrifice one's life. Seeing this prompt, Cao crossing was overjoyed. When the loyalty is above 90, these soldiers have reached a state of die-hard loyalty. Even if you ask them to die, they will do it without hesitation. In this way, there is no need to worry about Assam's rebellion. Under the gaze of everyone, Assam directly crushed the heart of power in front of Cao crossing. Crack. The sound of glass shattering sounded, and a red mist was absorbed by Assam. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Assam's momentum was rising rapidly, and then in the blink of an eye it reached a terrifying level. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Assam, has completed the advancement, and all attributes have increased by 100%. Cao crossing nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Assam's attributes after the advancement. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam, second order, race, human, level 10 1722/10,000 health. 2040, attack power. 2740 to 89 armor. 2427, attributes, strength 114, agility 108, spirit 96, constitution 102, hunger 72, loyalty 95. Good. Cao crossing looked at Assam's panel with satisfaction. There is no doubt that this upgrade has brought about a qualitative change in his strength. Irina next to him looked at Assam's changes with envy. Noticing her look, Cao crossing said, "Irina, do well. When you reach level 10, I will also find a heart of power for you to help you break through to level 2. Irina's narrow snake eyes widened instantly after hearing this. She looked at Cao crossing excitedly and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord." Irina is willing to give everything for Lord. Irina has been moved by your words, and her loyalty has been increased. The current loyalty is 85. Sure enough, the loyalty has increased again. Cao crossing was overjoyed. As a qualified lord, he must be good at making promises. Then, Cao crossing began to check the 2 rewards given for killing the first snowstorm bear. Icefield Druid Recruitment Scroll, purple. This scroll can be used to summon a powerful, level 15 elite druid. Note, although the Icefield Druid is powerful, the amount of food he needs to eat every day is also amazing. Please make sure you have enough food. Seeing the above prompt, Cao crossing's pupils shrank immediately. Oh my. Level 15 elite monster. This is too fierce. From the powerful fighting power just shown by the snowstorm bear, we can see how terrible the level 15 elite monster is. If Cao crossing didn't have a killer weapon like Barrett, all of them combined wouldn't be able to hold out against the snowstorm bear for half a minute. However, the system also reminded that this Icefield Druid has an amazing appetite. Ordinary survivors can't even afford it. Cao crossing continued to check another reward. Primary element arrow tower blueprint. A defensive arrow tower can be built in the territory. Attack power 2132-47, with a 20% chance of adding 45 elemental damage. Attack interval 2.5 seconds/1 time. Maximum range 600 meters armor. 20 points durability. 2000/2000 site area. 12 square meters building height. 15 meters materials required for construction. 300 wood, 200 stones, 50 iron, 10 primary element crystals. After reading the properties of this element arrow tower, Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised again. Good guy, with more than 200 attack points, one arrow can kill a level 5 creature like Irina in seconds. This is another killer. Even an unadvanced Assam, in a one-on-one situation, is likely to be shot and killed before rushing to the foot of the arrow tower. After all, it has a range of 600 meters. Moreover, the materials needed for this elemental arrow tower are not complicated and can be built in batches. The only trouble is that the primary element crystal at the back can only be found on powerful creatures like the snowstorm bear or in treasure chests. However, because of the existence of the market, this is not a problem for Cao Xing. Cao Xing believes that, even if this material is difficult to obtain, with such a large base, there will definitely be many survivors who can produce this material. After checking the harvest this time, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Although this battle consumed 5 of his Berat bullets, the return was also very amazing. It can be called a great harvest. And not only that, in addition to these spoils of war, there is another reward that has not been processed. Cao Xing looked at the huge corpse in front of him. Snowstorm bear corpse, blue, decomposable. Cao Xing directly clicked on the decomposition. Then, the truck-like body of the snowstorm bear was enveloped by a burst of white light. After the white light dissipated, a small mountain of fresh bear meat appeared on the spot, plus a huge bear skin, a pair of bear paws, and a pile of bones. Fresh bear meat, blue, *1215, bear meat with powerful strength. When taken for the first time, strength +2, constitution +2, complete snowstorm bear fur, blue, a complete bear skin has good cold resistance. After being made into clothes in a sewing shop, it can also have a certain armor effect. Snowstorm bear paw, purple, *2, a precious trophy. It is said that the nobles of Avalon will collect this kind of bear paw as a collection, which can be sold at a high price. Snowstorm bear bile, blue, *1, bear bile with powerful effects can permanently increase health by 200 points after the first use. Remember to cook it before eating. Snowstorm bear bone *172, blue, the very hard bones of the storm bear. You can process them in the blacksmith shop and use them to make spears or other weapons. Fuck, more than 1,000 pieces of bear meat. Cao Xing was shocked. When converted, it was more than 6,000 pieces of food. And what was the most important thing? The most important thing is that this bear meat can increase attributes. A full 2 points of strength and physique increase. For those warrior professions, it is almost 4 points of attack power and 40 points of health, plus 1 point of armor increase. Now is the time when the survivors are most in need of food, and it is meat that increases attributes. If it is taken to the market for trading, Cao Xing believes that it will definitely cause a rush among the survivors. He seemed to see a huge fortune coming towards him, and even Cao Xing's breathing became a little rapid. Chapter 17, Silver Treasure Chest in the Cave. Ha ha. Cao Xing forced himself to calm down, and then asked the system, without considering the satiety, in order to get the attribute improvement, how much bear meat do you need to eat to take effect? You know, this kind of bear meat will only have the attribute improvement effect when you eat it for the first time. So, whether you eat 10 or 100 pieces of bear meat, it's the same. But if it takes effect after just one bite, then Cao Xing has more room for operation. At this time, the system prompt appeared. You need to eat more than 100 g of bear meat to get the attribute improvement effect. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing's face flashed with ecstasy. Only 100 g is needed. One piece of bear meat equals 1 kilogram. In other words, he can divide these 12-15 pieces of bear meat into more than 10,000 pieces for trading. How much supplies can be exchanged is simply unimaginable. Of course, Cao Xing can't take all of it out for trading, and he has to keep some for daily needs. After all, his territory has so many people now. Next, he has to recruit a level 15 ice druid. So, Cao Xing directly collected all the materials on the ground. At this point, the harvest from this battle has almost been counted. Just as Cao Xing was about to lead his men back, he suddenly noticed the deep cave behind him. This cave seems to be the residence of the snow bear. Are there any treasures in it? Seeing Cao Xing's eyes, Assam volunteered. Lord, let me go and explore first. Cao Xing nodded. Then, Assam drew the long sword from his waist and went straight into the cave. A few minutes later, Assam came out and said respectfully, Lord, there is no other danger in the cave. But I found something different in it. Cao Xing asked in confusion. Different things? Assam nodded. Cao Xing took Liu Muxue and headed towards the bear's cave. As soon as he entered the cave, a faint smell of soil penetrated his nose. The system prompt appeared. You have entered a special area, Snowstorm Bear Cave. The cave was a little dim, but it was much warmer than the ice and snow outside. Cao Xing looked at the temperature display above his head. Current temperature, -25. The further he went into the cave, the higher the temperature inside. He kept going for about 10 meters. In the corner of the cave, Cao Xing found something different from what Assam said. On a haystack, there was a creature that was completely white and looked like a ball of fur. It was a white bear cub that had just been born. It seemed to be sleeping, curled up with its pink little paws exposed. Liu Muxue, who was standing next to him, suddenly had little stars in her eyes. So cute. Cao Xing walked to the bear's den, squatted down, and was about to touch the little bear cub with his hand. Sizzle. -1. A burst of electric current sounded, and a damage number appeared above Cao Xing's head. Cao Xing felt like he was pricked by a needle, and subconsciously withdrew his arm. Oh my god. This little bear cub can also discharge electricity? Cao Xing looked forward in surprise, and the attributes of the little bear cub appeared in front of him. Snowstorm Bear, Juvenile, Race, Beast, Level, None, Attributes, None, Talent, Lightning Body, can control weak lightning power. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Born with lightning attributes. This little bear cub has a future. At this time, another system prompt appeared. Detected tameable wild creatures. Snowstorm bear cubs, do you want to tame it and recruit it into the territory? After taming wild creatures, you need to provide them with food and wait for them to grow up before they have the corresponding combat power. Obviously, Liu Muxue next to him also heard the system prompt. She was looking at Cao Xing eagerly and seemed to be very eager for him to take the little bear cub away. Cao Xing thought for a moment and nodded. Although this little bear cub has no combat power, it has potential. When it grows up, it may become as powerful as the bear outside. Recruitment successful, +1 territory member. Whether to name the snow bear? It can be named. Cao Xing's eyes lit up, and he fell into thought again. This little guy can discharge electricity, and it's a bear. Cao Xing couldn't help but think of a game he had played before. There was a white giant bear that could control lightning and strong winds, had been baptized by war, and had the fighting spirit of Freljord. It was called Valaba, and it also had a resounding title, Thunderroar. Thinking of this, Cao Xing said directly, today, I will give you a name, Valaba. The little bear cub, who was curled up in the bear den, stretched his limbs, and seemed to sense something. Woo, the little bear cub hummed softly. Valaba was named successfully. Liu Muxue also heard the system prompt, and she wanted to pick up the little bear cub with joy. Cao Xing reminded from behind, sister-in-law, be careful, this little bear cub can discharge electricity. Liu Muxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. She carefully stretched out her finger and touched the body of the little bear cub. But this time, the little bear cub did not emit electricity. Liu Muxue was delighted. She stretched out her hands and held the little bear cub in her arms. She looked at Cao Xing and said happily, look, Xing, it doesn't seem to shock me. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. This little guy. The little bear cub seemed to know that it had a new owner, and its limbs were fluttering around. Liu Muxue held it up and chuckled. Wally, you will be called Wally from now on. Cao Xing passed the bear's den and walked straight to the innermost part of the cave. Because there, he saw a treasure chest. This was also one of the things Sam had explored before. Unlocked silver treasure chest. Can be opened. Cao Crossing's breath suddenly stagnated after seeing the system introduction. Wow, it's actually a silver treasure chest. In this world, the grades of treasure chests are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, ever gold, HAOIU, etc. The rarity of the items opened in treasure chests of different grades is also different. It is said that the highest level HAOIU treasure chest can even open legendary equipment. As for whether there are higher level treasure chests, Cao Crossing has never come into contact with it, so he doesn't know. But when Cao Crossing opened the first silver treasure chest in the game, he had survived for more than 10 days. Therefore, he can now find a silver treasure chest in the early stage. You can imagine how great this significance is. Cao Crossing directly clicked to open. Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Obtained skill book, GZ Mark Robot. Obtained black iron armlet, green, asterisk 1 obtained medical kit asterisk 5, obtained small resource pack asterisk 1, obtained mithril asterisk 5. Oh my. A skill book, plus a green equipment, a medical kit and mithril. It's really a silver treasure chest. Cao Crossing was overjoyed, and then he began to check the properties of these items. Skill book, GZ Mark Robot, exclusive skill book for cold iron mechanic. Consumes materials and mechanical force value. Summons a GZ Mark Robot that inherits 120% of the survivor's attributes. The robot lasts for 180 seconds. Cao Crossing was surprised and said, "It's this skill book. Chapter 18 skill book, GZ Mark Robot. Although it's not a skill book I use myself, it's pretty good." Cao Crossing's face flashed with joy. You know, GZ Mark Robot is a mechanic's early magical skill. You only need to consume a part of the iron and mechanical force value to summon a powerful Mark Robot, which not only has long range attack means, but also amazing defense. It can be said that it has greatly improved the survivability of the mechanic in the early stage. This skill book, if it is brought to the market, will definitely cause a scramble among those mechanics. Cao Crossing continued to check other gains. Black iron arm guard, green, quality, excellent armor. 79 attached special effect, constitution +4, attached special effect, long arm, increases attack distance by 20%. Small resource pack. After opening, you can get wood asterisk 100, stone asterisk 50, iron asterisk 10 point. Mithril, purple, a precious metal that can be used to create advanced equipment or buildings. After reading the properties of these props, Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. That black iron arm guard is green equipment, and its attributes are pretty good. Especially the second special effect, which can increase my maximum attack distance. So powerful. Cao Crossing equipped it without hesitation, and then he checked his attributes. Attributes. Click to expand. Good. Both vitality and attack power have been greatly improved. Compared to when I just came to this world yesterday, my strength has more than doubled. Cao Crossing's face showed a happy look. In addition to the equipment, he also had a bear gall and bear meat that improved its attributes. By then, Cao Crossing's strength can be further improved. After cleaning up all the harvest, Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and said, "Let's go. It's time to go back." It took them almost an hour to come out this time. If they go back, it will take at least half an hour. Cao Crossing must seize all the time to develop his territory. After the group returned to the camp, the warmth from the campfire came over them. Tap tap. They shook off the snow under their feet. Cao Crossing looked at the sky. Fortunately it hasn't snowed recently. If it had, it would have been really difficult to walk in this kind of weather. He looked at Assam next to him and said, "Assam, come here." Assam walked straight over immediately after hearing this. Cao Crossing raised his staff and shot a green light. Ice healing was successfully cast, and the talent, Eternal Power, was activated, and the skill has become permanent. Green +10 numbers appeared above Assam's head. Compared with the previous healing value, it has doubled again. Cao Crossing was delighted, as expected. When the same skill acts on the same target, the lower attribute will be covered by the higher attribute bonus. Because Cao Crossing's spiritual attribute has been improved, the effect of Ice healing has naturally been improved. Now, a Sam can recover 10 health points per second, and with his terrifying defense, he is really an indestructible cockroach. Then, Cao Xing released another ice armor spell, adding 8 points of armor to a Sam. And his frost wolf was not spared. Swish, swish, green lights shot past. Cao Xing found that after his mental strength increased, the number of times he could release magic also increased. Until now, he did not feel dizzy. After replenishing the status of a Sam and frost wolf, Cao Xing said, "Sam, you did a good job this time. Your next task is to continue to explore the area of 10 kilometers around the camp. Mark all resource points and monsters, and rush back to the camp before dark." After hearing this, Sam immediately said respectfully, "Yes, Lord, your order is my destiny." After that, he rode on the Frost Wolf Winter, and rushed back into the snow outside. Cao Xing looked at Irina beside him again. "Irina, your task is to add the Snakeman Frenzy and Scale Armor effects to those newly recruited polar people. Remember to rest when your mental strength is insufficient." Irina stretched out her letter and nodded. "Yes, my lord." Then, Cao Xing opened the resource pack, small, he had just obtained from the silver treasure chest. The resource pack was opened successfully. You got 100 wood, 50 stone, and 10 iron, and took a look at the resources of his territory. Food, bread asterisk 45, snake asterisk 10, wolf asterisk 111, bear asterisk 1215, wood asterisk 314, coal asterisk 124, stone asterisk 153, iron asterisk 110, Cao Xing said happily. After the lumber yard was built, the speed of obtaining wood has indeed increased a lot. The coal mine has also started to be mined. The next step is to build the sewing shop and ore processing plant. Cao Xing called for polar people and gave them the task of construction. Then, he looked around the camp. There were already 7 or 8 small houses around. In just one day, there were so many buildings from the original small fire. A full sense of accomplishment appeared in his heart. Liu Muxue asked softly, "Xing, is there anything I can do?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Not yet, sister-in-law. Let's go into the house to keep warm first." Liu Muxue nodded. Then the two of them went into the lord's hut together. As soon as she entered, Liu Muxue naturally squatted by the stove and stretched out her hands to keep warm. So warm, the woman showed a happy smile on her face. In such a snowy and icy place, being able to warm herself by the warm stove is indeed a very happy thing. A few minutes later, perhaps because she was too close to the stove, sweat oozed from Liu Muxue's forehead. She took off her wolfskin coat and revealed her curvy figure again. Then, she squatted by the stove again to keep warm. Liu Muxue's posture perfectly showed her hot body. Especially at this time, Cao Xing was sitting on the bed. At this angle, he could just see his graceful body curve. The chest became more large because of the squeeze of the knees, and the whiteness was confusing. Under the slender waist, there was a round buttocks tightly wrapped in a black tight skirt. Liu Muxue has a mature and somewhat immature temperament, which makes people unable to take their eyes away at a glance. At this time, Liu Muxue seemed to notice that her stockings seemed to be torn. The delicate and lovely toes of her slender jade feet were hooked together. She raised her head and said a little embarrassedly that, Xing, my stockings seem to be torn. Can I take them off, wash them and put them away first? Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, "Sure, there is prepared water in those wooden barrels. You can just make a new wooden barrel." Liu Muxue nodded slightly, wanting to say something, but it seemed a little difficult to say. Then, she stood by the bed, raised her slender legs and gently took off her stockings. It seemed that it was the first time she did this in front of another man. Liu Muxue's face was so red that she was about to pinch out water. She didn't dare to look into Cao Xing's eyes the whole time. Cao Xing saw that, after taking off her stockings, Liu Muxue's thighs looked slightly fleshy and her calves were very slender, not the kind of extreme chopstick legs. It was perfect. Cao Xing sighed in his heart. Liu Muxue picked up the stockings. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly found some small spots of mud on Cao Xing's body. Liu Muxue blushed and said, Crossing, your shirt seems to be dirty. Cao Crossing looked down and saw that there was indeed a piece of black mud on the white shirt he wore before crossing. After thinking about it, it should be stuck when he was lying on the ground and using Barrett. Liu Muxue subconsciously said, how about you take it off and I will wash it for you? Then, she seemed to realize that this sentence was a bit subtle and her face became more blushing for a while and her head lowered. Cao Crossing was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it. Before the sewing shop was built, he only had this one piece of clothing. So, Cao Crossing nodded. Then trouble you, sister-in-law. Cao Crossing naturally unbuttoned his shirt, bare his upper body, revealing his strong muscles. Seeing Cao Crossing's figure, Liu Muxue seemed a little surprised, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Here, sister-in-law. Well, Liu Muxue responded softly. She shyly took the shirt from Cao Crossing's hand and took it aside to wash it. Shoo-la-la. The sound of water rang out. Liu Muxue quickly washed the stockings and Cao Crossing's shirt and hung them by the stove to dry. Then, she came to Cao Crossing with a basin of steaming water. Crossing. I see there is a little dirt on your chest. How about, let me wipe your body for you? She wanted to let Cao Crossing wipe it himself, but for some reason, she said the above words. For a moment, Liu Muxue almost felt ashamed. Cao Crossing also felt that there was something wrong with this sentence, but in order not to embarrass Liu Muxue, she nodded and said, sorry to bother you, sister-in-law. No, it's okay. Liu Muxue responded shyly, as if she was relieved. At this moment, Liu Muxue put the basin of water next to Cao Crossing, then squatted down slightly and soaked her hands. Then, with a red cheek, she stretched out her hands and gently rubbed Cao Crossing's chest. The delicate palms were soaked in warm water, and they felt smooth. In close contact, Cao Crossing's nose kept digging into the unique body fragrance of Liu Muxue. Liu Muxue's movements were very stiff, and it could be seen that this was her first time doing this. The warm touch kept caressing her chest, and Cao Crossing clearly felt that Liu Muxue's body temperature seemed to be rising. A few minutes later, Liu Muxue blushed and said, Xing, I've wiped it. Cao Crossing nodded blankly. Liu Muxue blushed and took the basin away again. In order to calm his inner restlessness, Cao Crossing put on his wolfskin coat again and said, sister-in-law, I'll go out first and trade some supplies in the market. HMM. Liu Muxue responded in a low voice. Cao Crossing walked out of the Lord's hut again. The low temperature outside hit him instantly. Be calm, be calm. Cao Crossing took a deep breath, and his brain gradually became calm. Then, he came to the side of the market. The next step is to sell the bare meat we have. Cao Crossing knew that the sooner this kind of food is sold, the better. After a few days, when everyone is no longer worried about food, Cao Crossing's bare meat will not be able to be sold at a high price. So, Cao Crossing opened the World Channel. Takeo Kumasako, woo. My husband was killed by a snow wolf. Now I'm left with 2 children. Is there any kind person who can take us in? Yanzaoteo, madam from Japan, what are your coordinates? I will come to save you right away. I don't mean anything else. I just can't bear to see others suffer. Alvarez, damn it. Why do these recruited polar people have to eat? Our family doesn't have enough food. Where can we get food to share with them? Abdul, oh my god. I haven't fed these polar people for a day. They are not working now, just sitting outside the house. I feel that the way they look at me is getting more and more wrong. Salman Khan, my territory seems to be near a glacier. It looks like the Ganges in my hometown. Compared with yesterday, more and more people have understood how to play this game. They all started to build lord huts and recruit polar people to work. But these polar people all need to eat, so most of the survivors are troubled by food. At the current stage, the market can only trade supplies with survivors in its own area. So Cao Crossing clicked on the regional channel. Yangjaki, brothers, I went out to explore today and found a wild camp at the coordinates 12,743, 6507, 15,231. There is a group of guys wearing masks inside. Wang Zheng, brother upstairs. I advise you not to go there. Those people are ice hunters, a group of crazy guys. My 2 polar people were killed by them. Chen Qian, is there any food? I really don't know where to find food in this heavy snow. Shen Hongguang, yeah, how can we get food in this damn place? Chapter 19, Hot Trading Market. It can be seen that everyone in the chat channel is troubled by the problem of food. They don't know how to get food. In fact, during the novice protection period, there are some low-level monsters around everyone's camp, which is also the source of food in the early stage. Because it is a family team, 4 of them have fighting power. If they fight together, it is not a problem to deal with a monster of level 1 or 2. However, because they are too scared or have poor adaptability, they dare not step too far out of the snow, let alone fight those monsters. At this time, there was a commotion in the chat channel. Look, Fang Long from the 3 Heroes Association is selling food again. 100 G of beast meat for 100 wood or 50 stones. Weapons and equipment are preferred. Whoever has extra materials, go and exchange. Oh my god, this is too expensive. All my resources combined don't have that much. What do you know, brother upstairs? Do you know how precious food is now? Are those resources more valuable than your life? That's right, if you don't buy, there are plenty of people who will. Don't compete with me. I'm starving to death. Looking at the chat channel, Cao Xing was thoughtful. The food that Fang Long was consigning was a piece of wild boar meat. Although the price he posted was outrageous, it was still snapped up in less than 3 seconds. Cao Xing thought to himself, 100 G of meat is sold at such a high price, which is equivalent to draining all the resources of a camp. Those who traded supplies can recover a little bit of their satiety, but they will be miserable next time. It is very likely that they will not be able to develop due to insufficient resources. Even if they can develop, they will probably fall behind for several days. When the novice protection period is over, it will be GG. Cao Xing checked the records. This seems to be the 17th time Fang Long has sold food. It is conceivable how many resources he has collected through these transactions. Cao Xing continued to think, the size of the wild boar is similar to that of the snow wolf, which means that he should not have much meat left. Thinking of this, Cao Xing also posted a transaction information on the market. Consignment item, fresh bear meat, blue, asterisk 100G. First time use, strength +2, constitution +2, required items, wood *10, stone *5, iron *1, mithril and elemental crystals and other materials can be traded in large quantities. Consigner, Cao Xing seller's note, bear meat that can increase hunger and attributes. We have a large amount of inventory. We accept various materials, blueprints, skill books, and equipment. Then, Cao Xing began to set the prices of various items. 1 element crystal equals 1 bear meat, 1 mithril equals 1 bear meat. Equipment blueprint equals 510 bear meat. Skill book equals 510 bear meat. Cao Xing recorded each item one by one, even adding bullets, and all were clearly marked with prices. At this moment, in the regional channel, many survivors who had built the market suddenly noticed the bear meat on consignment. Then they wiped their eyes in disbelief. Huangqiafeng, fuck. Blue grade bear meat can also increase attributes. Brothers, go to the market and see, someone is selling bear meat with increased attributes. Hearing this news, many survivors felt a little confused. What? Meat with increased attributes? Why haven't I seen this kind of thing? They opened the market as soon as possible and were shocked by the consignment information on it. Oh my god. It's true. The price is so cheap. 10 wood can be exchanged for 100 G of bear meat, and 1 element crystal can even be exchanged for a whole piece of bear meat. Oh my god. This is fake. Is this person doing charity? The eyes of these survivors were full of disbelief. After all, they all knew how terrible the price of food was now. Moreover, this was bear meat with increased attributes. However, they soon realized that this was true. A survivor named Yang Lin said excitedly, fuck. I got it. I got it. I used 50 stones to directly exchange for one whole piece of bear meat. Enough for all my family members to improve their attributes. What? When the first survivor succeeded in the transaction, the other survivors immediately started to trade crazily. Fuck. Fuck. I also succeeded in the transaction. 10 pieces of iron can be exchanged for a whole piece of bear meat. This is too cool. Element crystal. Who has an element crystal? One can be exchanged for a whole piece of bear meat. Go. I used a skill book to exchange for 5 pieces of bear meat. So awesome. At this moment, the regional channel was completely in a frenzy. The survivors who grabbed the bear meat were very excited. They all knew how profitable it was to exchange these supplies for bear meat. Some people even posted the information about the bear meat on the world channel, making other survivors who were not in District 174 envious. Id Stafford. Oh my god, it's bear meat. I have never fought a bear in my life. QIUHAO. It adds a lot of attributes. It's a blessing for the warrior profession. Degachi Hidachiro. Damn it. Why am I not in District 174? Why doesn't anyone in District 11451 drop this kind of bear meat? And Cao Crossing was also being bombarded with crazy trading information. Transaction successful. You get 10 irons. You lose 1 fresh bear meat. Blue. Transaction successful. You get 5 stones. You lose 100 G fresh bear meat. Blue. Transaction successful. You get 1 soldier standard longsword blueprint. Green. You lose 5 fresh bear meat. Blue. Cao Crossing set a very humane price. Even if you only have a few supplies, you can trade with him. For a while, almost all the survivors in Area 174 got the news. After all, the sooner you take this kind of prop that can improve attributes, the more you can increase your safety in this world. Cao Crossing almost watched the resources in his territory grow wildly. After a while, he got 5,400 wood, 3,200 stones, 342 irons, 43 primary element crystals, a green blueprint, and 20 mithril. These resources may not be so much, even if 12 polar people work hard to mine for nearly half a month. So far, he has paid a total of 215 pieces of bear meat. And there were still 1,000 pieces of bear meat left in Cao Crossing's backpack. At this moment, Cao Crossing couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I'm rich. I'm completely rich now. Seeing the materials in the backpack, Cao Crossing decided to use them to improve his strength first. First upgrade the bonfire, and then upgrade the Lord's hut, then upgrade the polar hut, and recruit more polar people to work. After that, Cao Crossing can even build a powerful building like the primary element arrow tower to greatly improve the defense capabilities of the territory. So, Cao Crossing interrupted the transaction in the market. He was going to call back these polar people and prepare to upgrade the buildings. Hearing Cao Crossing's call, the polar people put down their work and walked towards the camp. Chapter 20 Harvest. Conflict of interest. At the same time, the survivors in the chat channel saw that the bear meat trading was suddenly removed from the shelves, and they immediately fell into panic. Guo Yichin. Oh my god, why is the bear meat suddenly removed from the shelves? I haven't bought it yet. Rosa, I didn't buy it either. I just got the news that someone in the market is selling bear meat with added attributes. Shuyi. The bear meat in Cao Crossing's hands has not been sold out, right? Hurry up and tag Cao Crossing. In the regional channel, the group of people were frantically tagging Cao Crossing. Use Ejin, @Cao Crossing, husband. Say something. Liu @Cao Crossing, boss, don't be so indifferent. Come out and comfort your sister's young heart. Huangling, @Cao Crossing, little brother, do you need a pendant for your legs? At this time, Cao Crossing was giving the group of polar people tasks to upgrade the campfire and upgrade the lodge cabin, and was not paying attention to the chat in the channel. Seeing that Cao Crossing did not reply, the group of survivors suddenly became anxious. Bad news, brothers. Boss Cao Crossing ignored us. Could it be that he has sold out? It's over. I said before that I would wait for him to lower the price before buying. Now it's sold out. That's what I was planning to do. I'm really at a loss now. At this time, a survivor named Yujun said, a bunch of idiots. You still want to wait for others to lower the price. Don't you even look at what kind of meat this is. Items that can add attributes are hard currency at all times. And Boss Cao Crossing's prices are already very fair. Liuhui. Yes, Boss Cao Crossing's prices are really fair. I almost emptied out all my assets when I bought 100 G of beast meat from Fang Long before. Huang Shiheng, that's right. Fang Long's prices are really killing me. Buying once is equivalent to losing everything. At this moment, a cold voice appeared on the regional channel. Fang Long, someone just said that the meat I sell is expensive. Do you know how difficult it is for all my brothers to share some food for trading? I traded all my precious food so that you wouldn't go hungry, and you still say I sell it too expensive? The chat channel suddenly fell silent. Most of the people here are from Hong Kong, and they all know the fierce reputation of the Three Heroes Society. This is a well-known gang. In addition to Fang Long, there are 2 other gang leaders, all of whom are cruel. So they named themselves the Three Heroes Society. At its peak, the number of people in this gang once reached thousands, and its reputation spread throughout Hong Kong. Seeing that no one spoke, Fang Long continued to sneer. Be quiet, don't you see who is the boss in this area? Whoever wants to trade in this area must get our consent, otherwise you will be in trouble. At this time, a survivor named Chen Minhao said, Fang Long, you are too domineering, aren't you? You sell your own things so expensively, and you don't allow others to sell. Fang Long, you are right, we are so domineering. What do you think our Sanaying who does? Hearing this, the survivors' faces changed. Yes, gangs like the Sanaying who are not good things in the first place, and collecting protection fees is also a way for them to make money. Obviously, Cao Crossing's large-scale sale of bear meat has violated their interests. Fang Long sneered, let me tell you, there are hundreds of brothers in our Sanaying who in this area, and we will run into them sooner or later in the future. You must think clearly about the consequences of offending us. At this time, members of the Sanaying who jumped out one after another and said, support boss Fang Long. Everyone, be the fucking honest. Channel 174, we, the Sanaying who, will have the final say from now on. Seeing so many people jumping out, the survivors suddenly realize this. They are now in the same area as the Sanaying who. As they gradually develop outward, they will meet each other sooner or later. The Sanaying who, which naturally has hundreds of people, is the largest force in this area. If you offend them, your territory will be in danger in the future. For a while, everyone was a little afraid to speak. And at this time, Cao Crossing also opened the regional channel. He just saw the chat above, and was directly confused. What does it mean? I just arranged a job and came back, and you don't let me do business? Cao Crossing thought for a moment and said directly, everyone, I just left for a while because of something, and now the transaction continues. Before other survivors could speak, Fang Long saw Cao Crossing appear and said directly, didn't you hear me? I told you not to continue the transaction. Cao Crossing replied indifferently, why? You told me not to trade, so I don't want to trade? Fang Long, boy, don't play dumb there. You are from Hong Kong. You should have heard of our Sanaying who. Area 174 is our territory now. Cao Crossing paused after hearing this, then laughed. What Sanaying who and Sanaying who? This is not Blue Star anymore. Why are you still pretending to be with me? Brothers, don't be afraid of these stupid birds. The transaction should continue. The amount of bear meat I have is limited. First come first served. By the way, don't trade with me, you idiots from the Sanaying who. You have come to the new world, and are still being treated like dogs. Go ask your master for meat. Cao Crossing's words were like poking a hornet's nest. The members of the Sanaying who cursed wildly. Zhangwei, Cao Crossing, I asterisk and asterisk percent Zhao Cheng, I, and percent, and Cao Crossing happily waited for them to finish cursing, then smiled and said, are there any more? Is this all the people from the Three Heroes Society? Provoked by Cao Crossing, the screen was flooded with curses again, and the entire 174 channel was almost occupied by these people's information. They attacked Cao Crossing madly with words. At this time, a system prompt appeared in front of them. Because you have used uncivilized language many times, your chat privileges have been revoked. The remaining time. 3 days. The survivors who cursed were stunned. I didn't expect that there was a mute function in the other world. For a while, the survivors of the Three Heroes Society were banged on a large scale, and the entire chat channel gradually quieted down. And Cao Crossing was still constantly provoking them. More survivors of the Three Heroes Society were banned. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Fang Long came out and said, "Stop talking, don't be fooled by this kid." Although Fang Long stopped them, more than 200 people had been banned by the system for 3 days in the previous wave. This was a big blow to the prestige of the Three Heroes Association. Fang Long said in a cold tone, "Boy, your name is Cao Xing, right? I'll remember you. I hope you won't regret it in the future." But Cao Xing didn't care about his threat at all and smiled. "You remember me? Great, I remember you too. I've written down the names and ID numbers of those guys who just scolded me. Next, don't even think about trading anything with me." Cao Xing completely ignored Fang Long's threat and continued to put things on the shelves. And the survivors, seeing Fang Long fall silent, started to grab things again. "Brothers, hurry up and grab them." Boss Cao Xing said that the bear meat is limited this time and it will be gone if you're late. "Fuck, I must grab it this time. Go." The chat channel was full of enthusiasm. The news of the Three Heroes Association was soon drowned out by the huge number of survivors. Cao Xing received the transaction reminder sound that's wiped the screen again. Chapter 21. Enthusiasm is high. At the same time, in another corner of the ice field, a middle-aged man with a stern look and a hawk-like gaze was staring into the distance. He clenched his fist slightly and said in a cold tone, "Cao Xing." This man was Fang Long. Behind him, a pair of elderly people and a sexy woman were huddled in the Lord's hut to warm themselves by the fire. It can be seen that Fang Long's family is currently doing well. After all, through the previous transactions, he has collected a lot of supplies. At this time, a survivor named Ji Jun contacted Fang Long. "Boss, that abominable kid actually wrote down all our names. Just now we went to him to trade. Not only was he rejected, but he also scolded us." Hearing this, Fang Long's face became even more gloomy. Ji Jun continued to ask, "Boss, what should we do now? His bear meat increases so many attributes. If we don't have it, it's equivalent to falling behind others. This is very detrimental to our development." Fang Long calmed down his anger and said, "I know. I'll think of a way to get the bear meat." After hanging up the call, Fang Long frowned. Although he said he would solve it, Fang Long didn't have any good ideas for a while. At this time, a survivor named Liu Muxue applied to add Fang Long as a friend. Seeing this familiar name, Fang Long clicked to agree. "Boss Fang Long, I'm Muxue's father, Liu Muxue." Liu Muxue sent a message immediately. Fang Long remembered that he had pursued Liu Muxue for a while, but was rejected by her. "So it's Muxue's father. Uncle Liu, do you have anything to say?" Liu Muxue said quickly, "Yes, of course. It's about the information that offended your kid in the chat channel." Hearing this, Fang Long immediately became interested. "Uncle Liu, please speak." After a moment, after listening to Liu Muxue's story, Fang Long showed an interested expression on his face. "Interesting, he is just a small driver. I thought he was a big shot. A low-level guy came to this world and thought he could really turn over? However, I didn't expect Muxue to stay with this guy." Fang Long said to Liu Muxue, "Uncle Liu, you did a good job. I will trade this piece of meat to you first." When Liu Muxue saw the food, he immediately thanked Fang Long profusely. After hanging up the private chat, Fang Long immediately issued an order to the members of the Three Heroes Association. That is, search for the location of Cao Xing's camp. At this time, Cao Xing didn't know that Fang Long was looking for the coordinates of his camp because he had been flooded with various transaction information again. Transaction successful, you get the skill book, ice cone, you lose fresh bear meat, blue, asterisk, 5, right square bracket. Transaction successful, you get the skill book, aurora blessing, you lose fresh bear meat, blue, asterisk, 5, right square bracket. Transaction successful, you get black iron plate armor, green, asterisk, 1, comma. You lose fresh bear meat, blue, asterisk, 3, right square bracket. Transaction successful. This time, Cao Xing took out another 500 pieces of bear meat, that is, 5,000 pieces for trading. When the trading time, which lasted nearly an hour, ended, all 5,000 pieces of bear meat in Cao Xing's hand were sold. The consignment information on the market was also withdrawn. The chat channel, which was in a hot state, suddenly saw the information that the bear meat was sold out and was stunned for a moment. Then the survivors shouted excitedly, "Oh my god. It's sold out so quickly? I still didn't get it." "I didn't get it either. What a pity." Boss Cao Xing, please give me some more bear meat. Cao Xing, please be sensible and give me some more bear meat. Don't force me to beg you. Obviously, in the entire trading market, bear meat is still in short supply. After all, there are more than 30,000 to nearly 40,000 people in the entire 174th district, and Cao Xing only traded more than 7,000 pieces of bear meat. In other words, the number of people who successfully traded bear meat is less than 1/5. Although Cao Xing still has 500 pieces of bear meat in his hand, which can be divided into 5,000 trades. But this is what he keeps as a reserve food or to exchange for some precious props. So, Cao Xing said in the chat channel, "Everyone, I don't have much bear meat left, so I can't trade on a large scale anymore. However, if you find something interesting, you can chat with me privately. I'll take all the blueprints, equipment, and skill books." Cao Xing's words gave hope to the survivors, who didn't get any. So Cao Xing still has bear meat. That's great. You want skill books and blueprints, right? I'll go explore the snow right now. This time, I must get bear meat. Go. At this time, Cao Xing reminded them, "Everyone, it's getting dark soon. Don't rush out to explore. Wait until you get through tonight and go out tomorrow." After this reminder, the survivors also realize this. Yes, it will get colder when it gets dark, so we can't go out. Okay, then let's go out tomorrow. The survivors were enthusiastic. Cao Xing's bear meat motivated them to explore, which was a good sign, because it meant that more survivors would collect supplies in the wild. At this stage, no one except Cao Xing has the strength to deal with the level 15 elite monster, so his bear meat is still unique. After closing the chat channel, Cao Xing looked at his harvest with satisfaction. This time, he once again harvested 15,000 wood, 7,800 stones, 570 iron, 62 primary element crystals, and 30 pieces of mithril. Cao Xing looked at his territory's resource reserves. Food, bread asterisk 45, snake meat asterisk 10, wolf meat asterisk 106, bear meat asterisk 500, wood asterisk 20,764, stone 11,135, iron 1,022, coal asterisk 137. In addition to these, there are primary element crystals right square bracket asterisk 113 pieces, mithril asterisk 50 in the backpack, a green weapon blueprint, plus a green plate armor top, and 2 skill books. What a terrifying number. When I was playing on the tablet before, it took me almost 20 days to collect this much resources. Cao Xing is now nearly 20 days ahead of other survivors. With the resources I have, I can even directly build a level 3 Lord's Hut, and then I can unlock more buildings. However, a level 3 Lord's Hut requires a level 15 furnace, and it's still early. Besides, it's getting dark now, so let's go back to the Lord's Hut and hide. Cao Xing returned to the Lord's Hut. Seeing him come in, Liu Muxue looked shy and lowered her head in embarrassment. At this time, Liu Muxue seemed to remember something and whispered, Xing, I have come into contact with Fang Long. He is a very sinister villain, and his methods are cruel. You have to be careful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. The cold wind is like a knife, the night is like fire. Obviously, Liu Muxue also saw what happened in the chat channel. Cao Xing was stunned after hearing this, then nodded and said, okay sister-in-law, I understand. In fact, Cao Xing did not take Fang Long's threat seriously. Based on Cao Xing's understanding of these gangs, the means they use to deal with him is nothing more than finding the camp and then attacking him. At present, the survivors are only level 1 or 2, so it is difficult for them to even leave the camp, and it is impossible for them to travel dozens or even hundreds of kilometers to trouble Cao Crossing. Moreover, even if they really dare to come, at that time, an Irina plus a Frost Wolf Knight will be able to launch a unilateral massacre against them. There is no need for Cao Crossing to summon the Ice Druid, and next, he will immediately build a primary elemental arrow tower, which is the real killer. At that time, let alone Fang Long, even if the entire Three Heroes Association comes together, it will only be a meal. And this is also the reason why Cao Crossing is fearless. Seeing that Liu Muxue was still a little worried, Cao Crossing comforted her sister-in-law. Don't worry about the safety of the camp. Liu Muxue nodded lightly. She looked at Cao Crossing, and in him, Liu Muxue seemed to see a confident temperament. After a moment, Liu Muxue's pretty face turned red. She whispered, "Xing, it's dark. It's time to rest." "Okay." Cao Crossing nodded, and then returned to his small wooden bed. At night, the stove in the room was crackling, constantly emitting heat. However, the cold wind outside was still howling. Even wrapped in wolfskin, I still felt a chill on my body. Hiss. Why is it so cold tonight? Cao Crossing got out of the wolfskin and looked at the temperature above his head. Current temperature -28. My goodness, the temperature in the room is almost -30 degrees. No wonder it's so cold. Cao Crossing saw that Liu Muxue's body was trembling slightly on the small wooden bed. "Sister-in-law, can you still bear it?" Cao Crossing asked. Liu Muxue gritted her teeth and trembled as she replied, It's okay." Seeing this, Cao Crossing knew that she was just showing off. So, he took out a large bearskin from his backpack and covered Liu Muxue directly. A layer of wolfskin plus a layer of bearskin is enough to resist the low temperature at night. Feeling the weight on her body, Liu Muxue's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you. Crossing. Cao Crossing shook his head and said, "It's okay." He returned to his small wooden bed, wrapped in the wolfskin, and prepared to fall asleep. At this moment, Liu Muxue whispered behind him, Crossing, you gave me the bearskin. What about you?" Cao Crossing shook his head and said, "I have a stronger physique than you. I will move the bed closer to the stove, and it will be fine." Hearing this, Liu Muxue suddenly said, Crossing, do you want to cover this bearskin with me?" Cao Crossing turned around in confusion, but saw that Liu Muxue was covering half of her face at this time, and it seemed a little difficult to speak. After a moment, she seemed to have mustered up the courage and said, "This bearskin is too big. It's a bit of a waste for only one person to cover it. If 2 people are together, the quilt will be warmer." After Liu Muxue finished speaking, she buried her head in the quilt, feeling a little embarrassed. Cao Crossing thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I'll move the small wooden bed over and merge the 2 beds together." Soon, the 2 small wooden beds were combined into a large bed. The heavy bearskin was spread on it, which was no different from a large quilt. Cao Crossing wrapped himself in his wolfskin and got in. Feeling the movement in the quilt, Liu Muxue's body trembled slightly. She had been facing away from Cao Crossing, looking very embarrassed. Cao Crossing didn't think much about it. He just felt that, after getting into the quilt, it was indeed much warmer. The night passed slowly. Cao Crossing gradually fell asleep. In the second half of the night, Cao Crossing suddenly felt that a warm arm stretched into his quilt. Cao Crossing was startled and woke up from his sleep. He turned around and saw Liu Muxue, whose face was blushing. She lowered her head and could not see her face clearly. "Sister-in-law?" Liu Muxue said shyly, Crossing. "It's so cold. I want you to hold me while I sleep. Can I?" At this moment, Cao Crossing's mind was like a flash of lightning. At this moment, he didn't understand what Liu Muxue meant. He turned around and hugged Liu Muxue directly, pressing her under him. Well, at this moment, Liu Muxue didn't seem to expect that Cao Crossing would suddenly make such a bold move. She moaned. Then she found that the man's heavy breathing hit her face. Liu Muxue's delicate body trembled, and she subconsciously grabbed a corner of the wolfskin tightly. Her heart was beating fast, and she could also smell the man's heavy and powerful breathing. Under his strong chest, she could even hear his violent heartbeat. Crossing. Liu Muxue's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her delicate features were so red that people couldn't help but bite her. Cao Crossing stretched out his hand and slowly stroked her cheek down, and then kept going down. At this moment, Liu Muxue's body trembled, and her muscles were tense. However, besides being nervous, she also felt a little numb and expectant. Rustling, the sound of clothes being taken off. Liu Muxue bit her lower lip lightly, her beautiful eyes flickering, staring at the young man's back. When she thought of what was going to happen next, she was even more nervous and tightly pressed her legs together. Cao Crossing turned around and looked at the beauty on the bed. Her snow white skin was a shy light pink, and under her slender legs, her 10 jade toes were tightly clasped together. At this moment, she completely showed herself to Cao Crossing. When Cao Crossing's face was close to Liu Muxue's, she only felt her heartbeat slow down by half a beat. "Are you ready?" Cao Crossing asked solemnly. Liu Muxue knew what he meant, and her face was full of shyness, and she hummed softly. Cao Crossing no longer hesitated. The night was seductive, and a suppressed low moan soon sounded in this small house in the snow. Axing. Axing. HMM. After a charming gasp, the beauty's rapid breathing slowly calmed down. 2 hours later, the noise in the room gradually subsided. Liu Muxue was weak and boneless, with a trace of tears in the corners of her eyes and a satisfied look, lying in Cao Crossing's arms. The two of them just lay there quietly, and no one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, Liu Muxue suddenly asked, "Axing, will you leave me, sister-in-law?" "Muxue, why would you suddenly say such a thing?" Cao Crossing asked in confusion. Liu Muxue snuggled in his arms and shook her head gently, saying, "Axing, I saw in the chat channel that many people died in the past 2 days. Many families were broken because of this, and children lost their parents and relatives. I'm very fortunate that I met you when I came to this world. You are also the first person I have met who is so good to me. So, I'm afraid that one day you will suddenly leave me." Listening to Liu Muxue's true feelings, Cao Crossing gently patted her soft back. "What are you thinking about? We will work together for a long time and live in this world. Muxue, you are very important to me." After hearing this, Liu Muxue's eyes became moist for a while. "Yeah." She nodded solemnly. After a few seconds, looking at the man in front of her, Liu Muxue's eyes gradually became blurred. At this time, Cao Crossing kissed him directly. A few minutes later, Liu Muxue panted softly, "Axing. I can't breathe. Axing. Axing." The sound gradually faded away and turned into a soft whisper in the rain. Chapter 23, Ice Peak Refugees, White Walkers. The next day, Cao Crossing woke up from his sleep. At this time, he found that the head of the bed was empty, and the familiar body fragrance was still lingering on the pillow. Looking up, a pretty figure was squatting in front of the stove, preparing today's breakfast. This scene made Cao Crossing feel a little unreal. After 2 days in this world, everything overturned his imagination. Liu Muxue seemed to find that Cao Crossing had woken up with a shy look. "Axing, you're awake. Wait a little longer, breakfast will be ready soon." Liu Muxue, who had just tasted the rain, had a touching ruddy face and a hint of immaturity. She seemed to get into the role quickly. Then, Liu Muxue came to Cao Crossing with a bowl of fragrant broth. Cao Crossing took a sip and praised, "It tastes good, Muxue." "Really?" Liu Muxue smiled foolishly, "Then drink more." Cao Crossing nodded. Seeing Cao Crossing drink it all in front of her, Liu Muxue had a satisfied smile on her face. After a moment, she suddenly became a little sad again. "Axing, the temperature drop last night seems to have frozen many people to death." Cao Crossing thought for a moment and clicked on the regional channel. Regional channel 174, online users 37,104/40,173. Compared to yesterday, more than 1,000 people died. Although the death rate is much lower. But if they continue to die at this rate, it won't be long before there are not many humans left. Liu Muxue said with some concern. "Axing, do you think we will survive?" Hearing this, Cao Crossing nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, we will survive together. Not only will we survive, but we can also live well in this world." After hearing this, Liu Muxue also nodded and said, yeah. After finishing breakfast, Cao Xing stood up with full energy. Compared to yesterday, Cao Xing has one more goal. That is, to survive in this world with Liu Muxue. Push open the door of the Lord's hut. The 8 polar people and Irina have been waiting at the door. As for Assam, he got up early in the morning and went to carry out the task issued by Cao Xing to detect the surrounding environment. Seeing Cao Xing coming out, the group of polar people said in unison, "My lord, how are you?" "Good morning, my lord." The second lord, Liu Muxue, stood next to Cao Xing, waiting for Cao Xing to give orders. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Today, your task is mainly to build buildings in the territory. Dazuang and Dazuang, upgrade the camp bonfire with all your strength. Sanzuang and Sizuang, hurry up to build sewing shop. Wuzuang to Beizuang, your task is to build blacksmith shop and build more small shelters. Did you understand?" The 8 polar people straightened up immediately, then nodded and said, "I understand, my lord." Then, they began to knock clang, clang according to Cao Xing's instructions. At this time, Cao Xing faced a problem. That is, the territory was short of manpower. He had many buildings to build, such as the blacksmith shop, primary element arrow tower, sewing shop, etc. However, there were only 8 polar people, and they were too busy to handle it. Cao Xing sighed, "I have so many resources now. It would be a pity if I can't convert them into combat power. I'll think of a way to recruit some civilians later." Cao Xing shook his head and continued to check the 2 new skill books and equipment he had acquired yesterday. Ice cone, consume a certain amount of spirit, condense 1 to 3 ice cones, cause magic damage equal to spirit *0.8 to the enemy, and have a 30% chance of causing a 1-second freezing effect, with a cooling time of 30 seconds. Aurora blessing, condensed the power of the aurora attached to the weapon, and causes additional spirit *0.8 light attribute damage to the enemy during melee attacks. The effect lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 120 seconds. These 2 skills, one is Cao Xing's attack skill, and the other is Liu Muxue's blessing skill. Both are very good, especially the skill, Aurora blessing. When Liu Muxue's attributes come up, it can greatly increase the output of the territory's troops. He began to check it out. Black iron plate armor, green, quality, excellent armor. 1315, additional special effect, constitution +5, additional special effect, primary shock absorption. When attacking, reduce the opponent's 20 points of strength to cause the knockback effect. Yes, this plate armor attribute is also very strong. It's perfect for Muxue. As an Aurora Knight, resisting monsters is naturally the most important thing. With the primary shock absorption special effect, Liu Muxue can deal with stronger monsters without being knocked away. Then, it's the last blueprint. Soldier standard longsword blueprint, green. After learning, you can consume materials in the blacksmith shop to create weapons. Required for forging, blacksmith shop level 1, iron *20, wood *2. Cao Xing thought, with the blueprint, we can forge weapons in batches, and then build an armed corps of our own. However, the corps needs a large number of troops, and we need to build barracks, and train them with training scrolls. And I only have 8 polar people, and I still need them to work now. I definitely can't train them into combat troops. So put this aside for now. After checking these, Cao Xing became a little bored. At noon, Cao Xing noticed that a figure appeared in the snow in the distance, rushing towards his camp. It was Assam riding a frost wolf. What surprised Cao Xing was that behind him, there were 3 thin humans, who seemed to be several women. Cao Xing walked over immediately. "Assam, who are these people?" Assam jumped off the back of the frost wolf, and then said respectfully, "My lord, these people are refugees who escaped from Ice Peak City." "Ice Peak City?" Assam nodded and said, "Yes, my lord. It is a town thousands of kilometers away from us, but it was captured by the White Walker army. These people finally escaped from Ice Peak City and met snow hunters on the way. After being rescued by me, they are now homeless." Cao Xing was thoughtful. It turned out that they were the natives of this world. Yes, in addition to their blue star humans, this world also has many indigenous races. In addition to the polar people who live underground all year round, there are also humans living on the surface, the Ashura tribe who believe in machinery and gunpowder, the ice giant tribe who advocate war and power, and so on. Assam seemed to be moved with compassion, and he suggested, "My lord, our territory needs more manpower. These 3 refugees can help us build the territory better." Beside them, 3 human women had expectant looks in their eyes. They seemed to know that Cao Xing was the boss of this territory. So, the 3 refugees knelt down and said respectfully, "Lord, please take us in when we are homeless. We are willing to give everything for you." Cao Xing was stunned, with a strange expression. Even Liu Muxue, who was standing next to him, looked at Cao Xing with some expectation, as if she really wanted Cao Xing to take in these 3 refugees. Assam was right, he really needed more manpower now. So, Cao Xing asked, "Can you cook?" The 3 refugees looked at each other and nodded quickly. "Yes, we can." Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, the task of cooking will be left to you in the future. In your spare time, you also need to help other polar people collect resources and build territories. Is there any problem?" "No, respected lord." Cao Xing, "Very good, then you are welcome to join." Cao Xing initiated a recruitment application to them. Recruitment successful. Jasmine, Tulip, Sapphire, joined your territory. The population of the territory +3. Chapter 24 Recruiting Ice Druids. Seeing their names, Cao Xing's mouth twitched again. They were all names of flowers, and they sounded nice. But Cao Xing felt that these names were too elegant and not suitable for his style. So, he pointed at one of the women and said, "From today on, you will be called Daha. And her name will be Aha, Sanha." The 3 human women knelt down again and said respectfully, "Thank you for the naming, kind lord. You are a citizen of the territory." Daha was named successfully, and her loyalty has been increased. The current loyalty is 75. You are a citizen of the territory. Aha was named successfully, and her loyalty has been increased. The current loyalty is 73. Cao Xing took a look at their attributes. Subject, Daha, level 1, attributes, strength 3, agility 2, spirit 3, constitution 3, talent, none loyalty. 75 hunger. 41. Subject, Aha, level 1, attributes, strength 3, agility 3, spirit 2, constitution 2, talent, none loyalty. 73 hunger. 37. The loyalty of these 3 people is quite high, but their hunger is a bit low. It can be seen that they really haven't eaten for a long time. So Cao Xing said, "Go and make a fire and cook for yourself. There is no canteen built now. The stove is in the lord's hut." After hearing this, the 3 people nodded respectfully. "Yes, lord." After they left, Cao Xing continued to think by the campfire. These newly recruited people need to build small shelters for them to rest at night. Then, a special canteen needs to be built for the subjects to eat. However, whether it is building or upgrading buildings, it takes a lot of time. Cao Xing looked at the 8 busy polar people and sighed. There are still not enough people. If there are more people, we can divide the work and cooperate, greatly speeding up the development efficiency of the territory. Is there any way for me to recruit some people? Cao Xing couldn't help but recall his previous experience of playing games on the tablet. On it, the game characters will also face the problem of insufficient manpower. However, there are several solutions in the game. First, when your territory is upgraded to a certain level, it has a certain prestige in the nearby area, and some tribal residents or refugees living nearby will voluntarily surrender. The second is to send out your troops to wander around like Assam, and there is a chance to bring back some people in the wild. The third is to go to the city or village tavern in this world and recruit some NPCs with special abilities by paying a certain amount of remuneration. The fourth is to directly start a war to conquer the nearby tribal residents and force them to surrender. In short, there are many methods, not limited to the above. But obviously, these methods are not suitable for Cao Xing at present. At this time, the 3 newly joined people brought a message to Cao Xing after eating. After hearing this news, Cao Xing's expression suddenly brightened. He looked at Dahua and asked, "You mean, you escaped from a group of hunters camp? There are still many humans imprisoned in that camp?" Dahua nodded and said, "Yes, Lord, those hunters are very cruel and have no humanity at all. Many of our companions have suffered from their murderous hands. If possible, I hope that Lord can lend a hand and rescue them." At this point, Dahua knelt directly on the ground, his tone full of pleading. Cao Xing is now in the most need of manpower. After hearing this information, Cao Xing almost subconsciously wanted to take action. But he quickly suppressed his excitement and helped Dahua up. "How many people are there in that group of hunters, and what strength they are?" Dahua has lived in ice and snow all year round, and his cold white western face seems to be thinking about something. Then, she said respectfully, "Lord, there are about 20 to 30 hunters. Most of the hunters have the same aura as you." Cao Xing pondered for a moment and nodded. He is now a level 3 frost mage, which means that the strength of the hunters is around level 3 to 5. After Dahua finished speaking, she added, "In addition to those ordinary hunters, they also have 2 small captains, who are slightly stronger than this lady from the snake tribe. In addition, there is also a strongest captain, whose aura is similar to that of Mr. Assam." It can be seen that Dahua is very smart and has strong language expression skills. Through her description, Cao Xing already knew the strength of the group of hunters. There was 1 level 10 hunter, 2 hunters above level 5, and more than 20 hunters below level 5. If Cao Xing only relied on his previous strength, he might not be able to deal with them. However, now Sam has advanced to a 2nd level creature, and Cao Xing has a Icefield Druid recruitment scroll in his hand, so dealing with these hunters is not a problem at all. Moreover, those hunters are said to have hidden some treasures. Obviously, Cao Xing has been tempted. Assam also saw Cao Xing's thoughts. "Lord, the location that Dahua mentioned is about 7 kilometers away from the camp. At our speed, it will take about an hour and a half to arrive." Cao Xing nodded. The speed of moving forward in the snow is not fast, and an hour and a half is still within an acceptable range. At least we can get back before dark. Liu Muxue also stood aside at this time and whispered, "Xing, I will go with you too." Cao Xing nodded, "Okay." After that, Cao Xing gave her the black iron plate armor, green, and Aurora Blessing skill book. Looking at the equipment and skill books in her hand, Liu Muxue looked at Cao Xing again with gratitude. She certainly knew the importance of these equipment and skill books at the current stage. Liu Muxue didn't say much, but silently clicked on the skill book to learn, and then put on the armor. Cao Xing saw Liu Muxue's upper body was now wearing black armor, and her lower body was bare with 2 long legs, and she was wearing a thick wolfskin coat. This outfit was quite interesting. Cao Xing also clicked on Ice Cone to learn, and then took out the Icefield Druid recruitment scroll. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to consume the Icefield Druid recruitment scroll to recruit a druid with level 15 elite strength?" Icefield Druid occupies 3 population. Cao Xing directly clicked yes. At the same time, in front of Cao Xing, a hexagram array with a diameter of 5 meters appeared, which was even larger than before. In the hexagram array, bursts of strong light burst out. Then, a strong and ancient breath appeared. Through the light curtain, Cao Xing could see a humanoid creature with a height of 2 meters and a half and a strong body. It just stood there motionless, giving people a terrifying pressure. After the light curtain dissipated, everyone finally saw the other party's full appearance. It was a creature covered with snow-white mane, with sharp bare claws and thick limbs, but it looked like a human. His hairy face revealed a pious look. Then, he put his right hand on his chest, saluted slightly and said, "The power of nature will guide me forward. Guardian Andrew, reporting to you." Chapter 25 Level Ranking, Open. At this moment, the tall Icefield Druid saluted slightly towards Cao Xing. The other party's attributes also appeared in front of Cao Xing. Icefield Druid, Andrew, Race, Druid, Level 15 1073/50,000, Second Order Elite Creature, Health 3990, Attack Power 344351, Attributes, Strength 172, Agility 163, Spirit 165, Constitution 195, Skills, Tearing Claws, Swinging Sharp Claws, causing 130% of the attack damage to the enemy. Mark of the Wild. When the attack hits, reduce the opponent's armor by 50 points and mark the opponent's position. Giant Bear Form. Transformed into an Icefield Giant Bear, all attributes increased by 30% and will additionally gain the skills Wild Roar and Ferocious Assault. The Giant Bear Form lasts for 60 seconds and the cooldown time is 180 seconds. Talent. Affinity with nature. Being in nature. Life recovery speed increases by 20%. Hunger. 65 Loyalty. 63. Hiss. What a strong attribute. Cao Xing was amazed. This druid is indeed a level 15 elite creature, with terrifyingly powerful attributes. What's even more terrifying is a giant bear form skill behind him. A druid in this state is the most terrifying. There is no doubt that Andrew is the most powerful creature he has summoned. Even the advanced Sam cannot be his opponent. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. However, this druid seemed to have seen Cao Xing's strength. In his perception, Cao Xing was too weak. He could be killed with a slap. Such a lord cannot make him contribute all his loyalty. And Cao Xing, of course, also saw the coldness in Andrew's eyes, and his loyalty of only 63. It can be seen that this druid is not very obedient to him. However, Cao Xing did not care, but smiled with interest. He suddenly said, Andrew, as my subject, you will enjoy the divine blessing. Then now, I will bless you with strength. In the druid's puzzled eyes, Cao Xing winked at Irina beside him. Irina understood and cast the two states of Scale Armor and Snakeman Frenzy on Andrew. At this time, a trace of surprise flashed in Andrew's calm eyes. It felt that there was an extra restless energy in its body, making it more agile and powerful. This improvement is even almost comparable to the performance of the giant bear form skill. And the most terrifying thing is that this is a permanent improvement. My lord, what kind of blessing effect is this? It's so powerful. Andrew said in shock. Cao Xing looked straight at him and said solemnly, this is a reward for your loyalty. Only my subjects can enjoy this blessing effect. The shock in Andrew's eyes became stronger. Without waiting for him to speak, Cao Xing continued, Andrew, the blessing is not over yet. Now let me continue to apply the blessing effect to you. After saying that, Cao Xing continued to cast Ice Healing and Ice Armor, and green numbers +12 appeared above Andrew's head. At this moment, Andrew's eyes had completely changed from surprise to shock. My lord, your power is the only one I have ever seen in my life. It is so mysterious and vast. Andrew sincerely thanks you for your blessing. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Cao Xing. A system prompt appeared. You help the people. Andrew improve his strength. Loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty. 74 loyalty increased by 11 points at once. Cao Xing's eyes were filled with joy. You little guy, you're still pretending to be arrogant with me. Let me see how I can take you down. This move can be said to have completely stunned Andrew, and his eyes looking at Cao Xing were full of awe. At this time, Cao Xing suddenly remembered that Liu Muxue's new Aurora Blessing was also a buff skill. Cao Xing said, Muxue, try to cast an Aurora Blessing on Andrew. Liu Muxue did as he was told. Although, Andrew had no weapon. When the ball of colorful aurora fell into Andrew's body, he raised his claws in surprise and saw that it was also covered by a layer of aurora. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. It was just as he expected. Now the druid has been summoned, the buff has been added, and everything is almost ready. Just when he was about to set off, a system announcement appeared. System announcement. All survivors, please note that you have passed the second day of the Ice Age and have adapted to the rhythm of this world. The level ranking list is now open. Level ranking list. The first 100 survivors in each region who reach level 10 will receive ranking rewards. At the same time, all the survivors who traveled to this world in the entire Blue Star heard the system prompt. Fuck. The level ranking list is open. Only 100 people in each region can get rewards. The competition pressure is a bit high. What are the ranking rewards? The second system prompt appears. The ranking list rewards have been updated. No 100 to 51. Reward white bread asterisk 20. Medical kit asterisk 2, small resource pack asterisk 1. Right square bracket. No 50 to 21. Reward beast meat asterisk 10. Medical kit asterisk 4, small resource pack asterisk 2, white weapon asterisk 1. Right square bracket. No 20 to 11. Reward beast meat asterisk 20. Medical kit asterisk 5, small resource pack asterisk 3, black iron treasure chest asterisk 1. Right square bracket. No 10 to 4. Reward beast meat asterisk 40. Medical kit asterisk 10. Medium resource pack asterisk 1, green weapon of your choice asterisk 1, primary heart of power asterisk 1. Right square bracket. No 3. Reward beast meat asterisk 50. Medical kit asterisk 10. Medium resource pack asterisk 2, random second level creature recruitment ticket asterisk 1, green weapon of your choice asterisk 1, primary heart of power asterisk 1. Right square bracket. No 2. Rewards. Beast meat asterisk 100. Medical kits asterisk 10. Medium resource packs asterisk 3, random second order creature recruitment ticket asterisk 1, self-selected blue weapon asterisk 1, primary heart of power asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Seeing this reward, all survivors around the world were stunned for a moment. Then, there was a huge sensation. Hong. Wow. So many rewards, and food and medical kits. This is too cool. As long as you get into the top 100, you don't have to worry about short-term resources at all. Li Yankee, the top 10 can actually choose their own weapon rewards, and they are green weapons. Jin Yu, brothers, you are focusing on the wrong point. The most valuable thing is the primary heart of power at the back. This thing can allow survivors who have reached level 10 to complete the advancement. Who and when. That second order creature recruitment ticket is also terrifying. It can directly summon such a powerful creature. The rewards for this ranking are too fierce. Even Cao Xing couldn't help but be surprised by the rewards for the top 3. You know, even he himself didn't have a blue equipment. However, when he saw the rewards for the first place, his breathing became a little quickened. First place, rewards beast meat asterisk 200, medical kits asterisk 10, medium resource packs asterisk 10, silver treasure chest asterisk 1, second level leader level creature recruitment ticket asterisk 1, primary heart of power asterisk 1. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.